Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. Happy Saturday. I was contemplating whether I wanted to play Splatoon 3 today for the stream, but I kept thinking about Winds of Change and how much I'm hooked on this visual novel. So we're gonna continue Winds of Change instead. I'm loving the story and I want to see how it keeps going. So let's reload our most recent file. We're 12 hours in. My purity and corruption are both at 30%. Morale is 15%. And this is our party. Last stream, Howl joined us. He's a complicated character. And it would take a while for me to explain who he is and how he came to be, so I have the entirety of Act 3 on YouTube uploaded for everyone to watch, so if you want to check that out, try to see what happened, because a lot of spoiler stuff happens. But what I can tell you is that we are on our way to Alarinthia, Ulrich's homeland. So, that's exciting. Going somewhere Ulrich would rather not go back to. The circumstances is making us go there, so I'll definitely want to support Ulrich as much as I can here. Retire to your quarters until you arrive in Alarinthia. I've done all the heart-to-hearts and the party band enters beforehand, so I'm ready. Let's go. Oh yeah, before I forget, I want to pin the Discord invite for anyone interested in checking it out. There we go. I made the outline around the screen capture better on stream. I make my way down into the crew area of the ship. My bed isn't too hard to find, and at least I have privacy. I find myself remembering what Grizz told me about the blade. It bends to the will of the wielder. That much was true. I've been able to use it to accomplish so much already. But what are the true limits of its power? Did I want to know? I rest the blade on my bed and sit beside it, cross-legged. Closing my eyes, I start to focus and clear my mind. This is probably a good time to test my limits. Blade of Exodus, show me your victory. I reach forward and gently touch the blade. My eyes are shut tight, and my resolve is clear. Yet, try and wish as I might, nothing happens at all. Did the blade have nothing to show me? Or maybe, was I scared of seeing the future? It could be worse. Was there no victory inside? I pull back and open my eyes. It didn't work. I scoff and rest the blade on my bedside, concerned. I drift off to sleep, with an anxiety that wasn't there before. When I wake up, I see the sun pierce through the windows. With everything I was told, that means we're in Alarinthia. I grab the blade and immediately get out of bed. Running around the ship, I see nobody in sight. Did they leave without me? That's odd. Or maybe they let me sleep in. After everything that happened, I guess I'm thankful. I search for a map of Alarinthia and inspect it closely. If they left, then I should be able to meet them at the docks. A long way from home. Ooh. I wanna screen cap this real quick. When I exit the ship, I notice everybody's standing around outside. Ulrich stands strong and tall, but all of my other comrades look defeated. Fanning themselves, it's clear that the heat is the source of this exhaustion.
Oh, geez, this is almost unbearable. Ulrich, how do people even live in this heat? It's only been 10 minutes and I already feel like death.
You get used to it, trust me. Besides, a lot of the natives are draconic. Their bodies don't handle the mainland too well.
Oh, I think I read about that. Hopefully they can adapt just as fast as we can. We'll be marching into Balteus together, after all.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Just make sure to have a drink on you at all times. In these deserts, dehydration is your greatest enemy.
Right.
They part ways and go about their business. Ulrich goes towards Pro, and they start talking in private. Valessa ends up with Fortem, so I need to find my own company. Dominic and Hal stand together, so I slowly walk towards them. Hopefully some of the tension had settled after the long voyage. It would be detrimental to have two senior staff constantly at arms.
Hello, Monarch.
Hey,
I was just about to ask Howl about Elarinthia. Surely it looks much different than it did back then. Legends dictate that it was once lush and full of green.
legends that lie.
Wait, really? But that can't be true. The destruction of the idol turned it into this desert. Without spiritual energy to nurture the land. Oh, wait.
Precisely. Elarinthia has always looked this way. This legend you speak of is simply a poorly conjured tale. We often create stories to understand what we cannot grasp.
Does that mean that Valarinth will be fine without the idol?
Correct. In our prison, we had no power. There is no logic behind these assumptions of yours. At least, no logic now that you know the truth of our kind.
Well, isn't that wonderful news? At least it narrows our focus a little bit more. I could tell that was a source of stress, Monarch.
So we can romance with Howl. I gotta be honest, that I'm not into the idea of romancing with Howl, given how he is more the embodiment of the spirit realm, and that he's using Salus's body as a vessel. If you wanna romance with Howl, that's cool, but I'm not going to. That's an understatement. This is amazing news.
We are happy that we could ease some pain, Monarch. The fear of losing your homeland, we can't even imagine. At least it remained only that, a fear. We were not so lucky.
He crosses his arms and looks around the docks. I can tell he's wondering why we're still standing around. After all, we were on a tight schedule with the ball and all.
Normally there'd be a lengthy immigration process, but due to the ball, this nation is open to everybody. It's a long trek, but we can head straight into the city.
What do we do once we get there?
Look for Vivian, I presume. If we can't find her in time, then we'll head to the ball. But meeting her before then would be a huge advantage.
We agree with this course of action, Monarch. However, our knowledge of Elarinthia is not very deep. We'd suggest working closely with Ulrich in this endeavor.
I nod, agreeing with what they both have to say. As if that was to dismiss me, they both turn away. It's nice to see that they're getting along at least. Ulrich and Pro seem to be done with their conversation as well. Making my way over to Ulrich, I noticed something odd. Out of the corner of my eye, someone is staring at me. Whoa, a dragon! I make eye contact with them, and they quickly run away. That was concerning. Being by Ulrich is probably a good idea right now. Gotta be with my maid after all. As I approach him, he smiles at me. Odd, I thought he'd be miserable.
Hey there, Monarch. Welcome to my homeland. Forecast calls for excruciating heat and a chance of death. Just a chance, though. Let's hope it stays that way, right?
I nod. I guess he's using some humor to cope.
Let me guess. You have a lot of questions. I'll try my best to answer, but make it quick. We're on a strict timer here. We can't fail.
He motions towards the vast desert before us. Honestly, it seems to go on forever. It's crazy.
The ball starts in around 8 hours. Dinner time. If we don't move fast, we won't be able to make it. You know what's at stake, Monarch. Let's get going.
I nod. I guess he does have the authority here. After all, none of us know anything about this place. If we're following his lead, I'd better do what he says. Of course, I do have a few questions about this place. If I stop to ask him before we leave, I better do it fast. Missing that ball could be catastrophic to our cause. Yep, he's there for us to talk to. And I definitely want to talk to him first.
Hey,
What can you tell me about this ball?
well, it's definitely not something Draku came up with. Rulers of Alarenthia have been doing it for ages, actually. It's supposed to make your subjects less inclined to rebel. It's not really working if Vivian exists, but at the end of the day, it's still a nice party. As much food and drink as you could ever want. Don't worry, Monarch, I won't go overboard. I do like to drink, but not while I'm on a mission of any sort. I'll be tempted, of course, though I'm sure you can keep me in line. After the feast, there's a large ball, but it all starts with a speech. Basically, Draku will be bragging about his power and influence. If he shows off how strong he is, he's less inclined to be challenged. Though if there is a challenge, they hold a tournament the next day. It rarely happens unless it's a drunken partygoer trying to play a joke. Everyone wakes up, hungover, and goes about their simple lives.
What can you tell me about Draku?
Honestly, I don't know too much about him. I've been out of the loop on Alarenthian politics for a while. But to hold the throne of this nation, you need to be fierce. So, if you think I'm strong, then you know nothing. He'll make me look like a whelp in comparison. And from what I've heard, he's pretty smart too. Most rulers, from what I've seen, simply bathe in their own riches. To hold a ball and share it with your nation? That's pretty genius. It destroys any motivation to remove him from the throne. And that's why Alarenthia hasn't had a tournament in a long time. The people are either happy or certain that they lose in combat. I'm betting on the latter, which makes Draku even more intimidating. Do not underestimate him, Monarch. If the natives can't dethrone him, what chance do we stand? Vivian might dream of a changed nation, but it'll stay that. Just a dream.
Strong and smart, huh? I believe in us, though. What are some places of note in Alarenthia?
The town square is a nice place, but it's just like Mazeo, a large market with people all peddling their homemade wares. You won't find anything you need, but you'll find everything you want. After that, I'd say to pay the Colosseum a visit. It's not just a venue used to battle for Alarenthia's throne. They have large battles every day, and you can place bets. Of course, my personal pick would be the tavern. Alarenthia has a lot of unique drinks, so I'll make sure to stop there. If I get my fill, maybe I'll be lucky enough to forget this entire voyage.
Huh? How does it feel to be back here after all this time?
It doesn't feel any different than I thought, if that's what you mean. Stepping foot on this soil didn't change my mind. It only solidified my hate. Let's do everything we can to get out of here as fast as possible, Monarch. Please.
We will, I promise. Is there anything else you want to do now that you're back?
No, I just want to get the job done and get back home. If you think you can change my outlook on this place, you're wrong. I think this conversation is over, Monarch. We have a long journey ahead.
I'm sorry. Man. Alright, let's check out Sophie's Parallel Chronicle. Halen, Sylvie, and Shane had finally arrived in Balteus. Making their way to the castle, Sylvie trembled with anxiety. He didn't know how the Triumvirate would react to any of this.
Halen, can I talk to you for a moment?
Of course, Master.
They stopped in their tracks, Shane included. He knew enough not to intrude on their secret talks. He stood to the side, even though he was now one of them.
Back in Mazeo, I was confident, but not anymore. I'm starting to worry that the Triumvirate will chastise me. What should I expect? And how should I react if they do?
You act as if you haven't failed them before.
Hmm?
Remember when I first became your apprentice? They thought you weren't teaching me good enough. You almost went insane when they gave you time off.
You would too, Halen. Trust me, it's boring. But that's nothing in comparison to what happened. We don't have the blade, and almost everybody escaped.
Through no fault of our own, remember? I have your back in this. I won't tell them the truth. However, I need to ask for one thing in exchange.
Of course.
Work on your personal issues, Master. I don't care what they are. Just get them sorted out.
Wait, did they forget to voice this line? They totally forgot to voice that last line. I guess I'll fill it in for them. Remember, I'm likely to get chastised just as much as you.
But we'll save the bad news for last. We dealt a major blow to the rebellion, Sovi. With the loss of their leader, they'll be in disarray. If the Triumvirate doesn't like that, then it's their problem. Like you said, this isn't the last time we'll face them in battle. Whether it takes us days or months to win, it shouldn't matter. After all, we'll still win. With that said, are we clear?
In that moment, it seemed like Halen was the one giving orders. However, Sylvie had no choice but to obey. He couldn't risk being exposed.
We're clear. Let's continue walking. I'll think of what to tell them as we move along.
They break their huddle and continue walking towards their HQ. Shane steps closer, striding in unison with Sylvie as they do so. Pardon me?
So, what was all that about? You said I was one of you now, right? When will you start treating me that way?
Oh, sorry. Force of habit. We were just talking about what we should tell our masters. While we did damage the rebellion, we failed in our objective.
You mean that blade?
Yes, and the seer.
Look, Sovi, you kinda saved my life. For that reason alone, you have my support. Whatever you want me to do, just let me know.
Sylvie smiles, having the support of his comrades. Any fears he had of being punished were quickly put to rest.
Thank you, Shane. It means a lot. I can tell we're going to get along just fine.
Joke's on them, they're unaware that they failed to kill Dominic.
I need to thank you again, Pommy. Your support means a lot to me, it truly does. Some of the rebels have started to side with Howl.
A pretty dumb decision if you ask me. I know what they're thinking, that you're responsible. But that's impossible. Nobody could have seen what was coming.
Yeah, we were played. Caught off guard. I know it won't happen again, though. Things are different. It's almost like our belief in the spirit realm was holding us back. Do you think the people will even believe us, though? I mean, do you even believe the truth we've been told?
I don't really have a choice, Domek. Your speech gave us proof. It was undeniable. I'd advise doing the same thing to every other Alestian. Even if it takes years, you can do it. I'll even help you if you need assistance. Nobody said that things would be easy after the war.
You're right, and thanks for that offer.
I'm pretty sure I'll take you up on it, since this is a tall order. But I know that almost anything is possible if we all band together.
Of course. So, for now, we need to fix the discord in our ranks. I'll talk with the rebels that are siding with Hal. They need to stop. There are no sides in this. We all fight for the same cause. And if they put their differences aside, well, Tomek, we'll win this thing for sure.
Now I can examine our surroundings.
So what are these boxes for?
I'm not sure. Probably food and supplies. It's a long trek to Alarenthia. You need sustenance.
Oh, then where's our sustenance?
I think we went through most of it on the voyage.
Oh no! Are we gonna be in trouble?
Probably.
What? Oh, wait. You're joking, aren't you?
Probably.
Yeah, keep him guessing, Ulrich.
So what are these boxes for?
Oops. I meant to... I guess I can't examine the wall.
They sure gave us a good ship. I have to say, that alliance was a great idea.
This is an impressive vessel.
Of course, it's amazing.
That is underwhelming. The monarchy had much bigger vessels. We simply assumed the pirates held back.
Oh,
Of course, we do not wish to condescend. We only wish to inform you of this world's past. Surely that is something that interests you.
oh, well, when you put it that way, sure. Sorry, I thought you were rubbing it in my face.
Only partly.
Whoa, I've never seen this kind of tree before. It looks really cool. What is it, Ulrich?
It's a pain. They're too thin and weak to be useful. All they can do is provide shade, but even that's weak. Hiding from the heat in this place is pretty much impossible.
So you can't climb them then either?
No, I wouldn't advise that. They'd break and you'd fall to the ground. I don't want to play doctor, so just stay away.
Right. Thanks, Ulrich.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
I just told you to stay away from those things. Come on, Fortim. You're smarter than that.
He just couldn't help it. Come on, Fortin, don't make Ulrich mad.
Is that Alarenthia? It's huge.
No, it's not. That's just immigration.
Immigration.
Yeah, if you're an outsider, you need to register. That is, of course, except during Dracu's annual ball.
So we can just waltz right into the castle.
Yeah,
Isn't that a little dangerous?
for us and the outsiders, yeah. Remember where we are, Valessa. Dracu could kill anybody in the blink of an eye. Letting in people from the mainland is no threat at all. Any threat to Alarenthian soil comes from Alarenthia itself. Of course, that brings about its own host of problems.
Wow, you sure know a lot about this stuff.
Unfortunately.
I think we're done. There aren't any books for me to find here. To the desert. We take slow, heavy steps through the deserts of Alarenthia. Heat assaults us, and the humidity is thick, like sheets in the air. Ulrich seems unfazed, but everyone else is handling it pretty badly.
I can't believe that people actually live here. How much farther is it, Ulrich? This is crazy.
I'd say around 6 to 8 hours. There's an oasis halfway there. We can stop. I have a feeling you've already exhausted your canteen.
It was too hard to resist. So, there's an oasis in a few hours? That'll be a good place to rest and relax.
We can't waste that kind of time, Domek. There's enough time to fill up on water. That's it. If we take too long, we'll miss both Vivian and the ball.
Right, of course.
Dominic pants, sweat trailing through his fur. He's not alone though, almost everybody acts the same. Hopefully things would cool down once the sun started to set. I moved towards Ulrich as we walked through the desert. He was our guide, so I shouldn't let him out of sight. I could see the city in the distance, but no oasis at all.
Back in the day, they used these deserts as punishment. Criminals were sent out here and they had to prove their worth. If they were strong enough to survive, then they'd be taken back in. Most of the time, the criminals would just succumb to the heat. They'd be unable to move, then they'd pass out. Death would come soon after. They called these people Sixers, since they usually passed out within 6 hours.
I'm not sure why he's telling me this to me. If he wants to pep me up, he's sure failing. We'd be out here for more than 6 hours.
In addition to that, their bodies lasted 6 days. Don't worry though, we'll be fine. We have water. That isn't the courtesy they wanted to give to criminals.
Well, at least that makes me feel better.
You're probably wondering why I'm telling you this story.
Wait, what? Wait, he had more to say there. Oops. I can't exactly... Wait, can I replay? No, I can't. Sorry about that, Chad. He smiles and holds out his arm. Rotating it slightly, he shows off his tattoos. Oh, probably these tattoos.
If the Sixers survived, they gave them special markings. They were pardoned and to be respected for their power. A bit of a secret, you know? Just keep it between us, alright?
Ulrich is an Alorinthian criminal? At least he was, since he appears to have been pardoned. Not that he was comfortable enough to tell me this kind of stuff.
Besides, they look pretty good, don't they?
Definitely, they make you look more attractive.
You're definitely not the first one to say that. I didn't like them at first, but they grew on me. If something makes you look better, embrace it. Anyway, I guess that's enough story time for now. The more you know about Alarenthia, the better. That, and it makes the walk go by way faster. If you'll excuse me, I have some business to take care of. We'll have plenty of time to talk later, Monarch, trust me. If you find that you're needing anything, just wave me down.
Yeah. That would make a really good tattoo. I personally would not want a permanent tattoo on my body, but I would like an airbrush tattoo of this someday. Of course, I want to be in better shape to wear a tattoo like that. Maybe someday. I nod before looking back at the rest of my comrades. They look so drained and fatigued. We need that oasis, and fast.
Hey, Pro, can I talk to you for a second?
Of course. What's up?
I can't say in front of everybody else. I need to talk to you alone, in secret.
Oh, is it about that?
Pro, not in front of anybody else. Follow me over here and talk quietly.
Right. Sorry. Well then, what's up?
I wonder what they're talking about.
Hey,
I guess we'll talk before Tim while they're doing their thing. What do you think about Alarinthia so far?
from what I've experienced so far, it's awful. I'm holding out on hope that it's colder in the city, but I know that won't be true. I bet it'll be even worse. If I lived here, I'd definitely be nocturnal. I mean, it must get colder at nighttime, right? I just sleep the day away. And that's a fact. So I guess not much would change, to be honest. Though I haven't been able to get much sleep lately. Anyway, yeah, it's basically the worst place in the world.
Do you think we'll be able to secure an alliance?
I sure hope so. Otherwise, this would be a waste. I mean, coming here and then leaving empty-handed, that'd mean we put ourselves through all of this for nothing. That's not my style, you know? I don't care if we have to fight in a tournament even. We're not coming all the way here only to accomplish nothing.
Who would you side with, Vivian or Draku?
Whoa, putting me on the spot, huh? I guess I'd probably side with Vivian. Ulrich hates this place, and I can see why. Politics would only make this a million times worse, so I think Alarinthia would be better off like the mainland. It's different, yes, but in my opinion, it's a bad different. Like, Mazeo was different, but it was good. The constant battle to see who is stronger? Yikes. Sounds like that would get pretty toxic, and fast.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Vivian a lot. So, I think I will side with Vivian, even if I don't like her personality. Draku already sounds much worse. Let's put him on the spot again. Do you prefer Howl or Domik?
That's a tough choice, but I'd have to say Domik. It's not fair that Howl tried to pin all of this on him. Nothing that happened at the Rebel HQ was his fault.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean I hate Howl. Far from it. He seems so wise, and we could learn a lot from him. An entire ancient culture inside of him? Just think about it. There's so much we don't know about the monarchy. He could help us fill dozens and dozens of history books. I hope he survives this. He has lots of info to pass on to us.
Any sight of that oasis?
No, and I'm slowly melting. I went through all my water within the first hours. My fault, I know. I'll make sure to ration it better next time. If there is a next time, of course. I'm starting to think that this oasis was a lie. I see mirages, sure, but no real water. If you see it, make sure to tell me right away. I might even go for a swim if I have the time. You should join me. It'd be pretty awesome.
Maybe we can just jump in and get out of the water, but that would be all the time we have. That would be all we could do. Now to examine stuff. These cliffs must act as landmarks. Without those, it would be easy to get lost. Getting lost in this desert could easily be deadly. Sand, sand, and more sand. Wait, what's that? Right, sand. I like that some of the dialogue has a sense of humor. Or the seer or seeress having funny dialogue. In this case, same thing. I guess that's Alarinthia, way out there. This is going to be one long journey. Hopefully the oasis helps all of us out. An oasis! It does exist! Ooh. When we arrive at the oasis, everybody immediately runs towards it. Opening their canteens, they fill them up and quickly drink up. I do the same before turning to face my allies in relief. I was starting to get parched and worried about passing out. The placement of an oasis here was awfully convenient. I chose not to count on blessings as I faced my friends.
This is amazing! Just what I needed. If you don't mind, I'm gonna take a swim. Just give me a few minutes, alright?
Fortim, no. That's disgusting. People drink this water. It's not for swimming.
But...
No.
Fortim scoffs and crosses his arms. This is the moment I decided to tell them what Hal told me. Without the power from Salberg's idol, Valinor would be fine.
Wait, really?
That's amazing. And you're certain about this?
I nod. Hal was definitely a reliable source. There was now an upside to all of our shaken faith.
I totally needed to hear some good news. This trek through the desert is downright awful. When we get back, let's all go to Valinor.
Yeah, definitely. It'll feel so good to be back home. With your vision and that dim idol, my outlook was so grim. But now that attack won't happen, and the idol doesn't matter.
Long live Valinor?
Long live Valinor.
Long live Valinor. We all smile before parting ways. I look over at Ulrich and Pro. They're talking to each other, but very quietly, almost secretive. I chose not to interrupt them and make my way over to Domik.
Hey, we were just talking about our future options. I mean, would we rather side with Vivian or Draku? I think Vivian is the better option, but Hal disagrees.
Huh?
As we seem to do in many matters, we need strength to win the upcoming war, Domik. Vivian cannot deliver as much strength, only hope for her nation. If hope could win wars, we wouldn't even be here. In times like this, we are glad that you're not in charge. We trust that the Monarch will make the proper decision.
Well, what do you say, Monarch? If you had to choose right now, what would you do? Just a hypothetical, of course, nothing set in stone.
I think you're right, Domik. Vivian might be a good idea.
There you have it, Hal. We need to think about the future of this world too. It makes sense to give Alarinthia a new form of leadership.
There is nothing wrong with the way Alarinthia is run. You cannot change it simply because you do not like it. Such a move would make you no better than the Triumvirate. We cannot become the enemy we seek to dethrone. Your way of thinking requires some reevaluation, Domik. You may say means to an end, but so does the Triumvirate.
Wow, you paint me as such a villain.
A change in leadership would require the spilling of blood. Innocents would die, much like the occupation of Mazeo. Think of what you lost. Do you want to do this to others?
Domik seems unable to come up with a response to this. Calmly changing the subject, he seems to admit defeat.
Well, are you all full up on water? Ulrich said we're halfway there, and we're making good time. I think we'll make it to the city with plenty of time to spare, Monarch.
Hal seems unamused at the sudden change in topic.
This body does not work like you would expect. We do not need water, and do not risk passing out. Whenever you're ready to continue, we will do so.
After saying that, we all part ways. We shouldn't stay here for too much longer. Missing that ball would damage our cause immensely.
I could sit here and drink this all day. I've never missed water so much in my entire life. In fact, leave me behind. I'll stay here until things are done.
Nice try, but you're not getting out of this that easy. Fill up your canteen, Fortin. We need to get going.
Wait, your canteen is so much bigger than mine. Can we trade? You're used to this desert, Ulrich.
Used to it? I haven't been here for You know what? Fine. You can have it, Fortin. Just fill it up and let's get going, okay?
Haven't been here for What? Huh?
All right, score!
Just how old is Ulrich? And can these characters actually live for hundreds of years? I'm so curious. Still no sign of the city. How much farther could it be? I think Ulrich said this was the halfway point or something. Hopefully none of us pass out from exhaustion in this place.
Hey.
Let's talk to Valessa. So what do you think of Alaminthia so far?
I can't believe how hot it is, actually. I mean, Ulrich told us stories, and I thought he was exaggerating. As soon as we stepped off that ship, I knew he was actually right. Of course, he doesn't seem like the type to embellish his stories. Maybe some part of me was just hoping it wouldn't be that bad. He painted such a grim picture of this place, you know?
Would you rather side with Vivian or Draku?
Vivian, hands down. I don't like the way Alarinthia is run. Relying on strength alone creates such a toxic atmosphere. Anyone with a brilliant mind would simply be pushed aside. That holds back the progression of society by so much. Valinor embraced new ideas and nurtured bright minds. If anything, it actually explains why Alarinthia is so primitive.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Howl?
It's so weird. seeing our former elder just walking around. But I need to work on that. I need my mind to know it's not him. Salus is gone, and there's nothing we can do to change that fact. Hal is an interesting guy. He sure has a lot to say. His insight into the past of the world could fill 1,000,000 books. With all of those souls, he knows almost everything there is to know. He told me that society has actually regressed in Alarenthia. It used to be one with the monarchy. Their whole world was united. I hope we can make a world like that after this war is finally over.
Me too. Anything you'd like to accomplish while we're here?
Yeah, I want to break the record for most water ever ingested. I'll never take something like that for granted ever again, I swear. It makes me miss the water tank from back in Valinor, actually. Whenever we needed it, it was right there on demand. One oasis in the entire desert makes water pretty scarce. How do they handle the water situation in their capital?
A question. Do you think Ulrich will be okay now that he's back home?
Yeah, I think he'll be fine. It's just a lot to take in. He finally has a chance to change this place for the better. Apparently, that's all he wanted ever since he was young. I feel like this world will be completely different after we win. Such a scary thought. Well, scary and exciting. We're leading a revolution. I almost can't believe it.
Good talk, Melissa. I'm gonna make a save, since, we've been going on for a bit. Right, we made it. We're at the gates. We arrive at the gates to Alaminthia after an exhausting trek through the desert. It feels like things will change now that we're here, but they probably won't. The city won't be any more inviting, there just might be more water. A lone man stands at the gates, and I recognize him. He's the man I saw watching us back at the docks. This can't be coincidence. He must be after us. Oleg notices him and starts to walk towards the gate.
Let me handle this. I've been here before. He probably knows who we are. Info travels fast here. Just stay calm and I'll have us in the city in no time, alright?
We all nod, leaving Oleg to handle the situation.
We seek passage into the city and nothing more. It's been a long trip from Mazeo and we need shelter. Our business lies with the ones known as Vivian and Draku.
The man remains silent for a few moments before bursting into laughter.
I know exactly who you are, Ulrich. Vivian is waiting for you in the tavern. And Draku? Well, you'll have a ball to attend.
Wait, how do you know who I am?
I followed you all, up until the Oasis. That was my chance to get ahead and tip off Vivian. Besides, you stick out like a sore thumb. Nice markings, Sixer.
I trust that won't be an issue.
It shouldn't, but I'm surprised you found somebody to do that. Recreating the markings of the ancients is frowned upon. They earned those markings. You certainly did not.
Huh?
Of course.
Though you do bear a striking resemblance to the Ulrich of legend. If anything, that'll make your relationship with Vivian more amicable.
I was given this name by my parents. They align with his views and so do I. If that'll be all, we'd like to keep going.
Of course. I wasn't standing here to stop you. I merely wished to welcome you back home. I hope you and your monarch end up useful.
He bows to Ulrich as a sign of respect.
By the way, call me Drakior.
Ulrich nods before turning back to face us. Drakior enters the city, likely returning to Vivian's side. I'm glad that our quest in this land finally has some direction.
Well, that was easy. Because of the ball, there's almost no security. I knew he'd be involved with Vivian. I could just tell.
So we'll have enough time to meet with her before the ball. That's great. I was worried we'd be on a tight schedule. You can't really rush decisions that change a nation.
Yeah, it was definitely fortuitous. We better make sure it's not a trap. That's the perfect way to catch us off guard.
Well, he didn't seem disingenuous.
That's the perfect way to catch us off guard.
Right. So, what's the next step?
We head into the town square. If the tavern hasn't moved, it's connected. We'll be seeing Vivian within the hour, for sure.
Alright, sounds good to me. Is there more water in the city?
Yeah, but don't ask for water in the tavern. It's seen as a sign of weakness amongst Alarenthians. If you drink anything while we're there, make sure it's ale.
Everybody stands around, seeming to wait for my mark. There's something up with Ulrich. I have a strong gut feeling. His secret talks with Pro and some of the things Drakeor said. Oh.
So, what's it like? You know, being a vessel?
It is not much different than when we were alive. There are simply voices in our head. Lots of them. The monarchy guides our every move.
They are fueled by the rage of their imprisonment. Everything inside of us tells us to fight and to kill. When the time comes, we will fight for this world.
The wounds on our bodies hurt us at first, but like white noise, we have phased it out. It only flares up every few minutes now.
And how bad is it?
We feel every wound as if freshly inflicted. It is almost like we exist on the edge of life and death. Our body is unable to fully commit to either side of the spectrum.
That sounds horrible.
Horrible? Yes, but also necessary. With our aid, the Triumvirate shall fall. Justice will finally be given to the monarchy.
When we can deliver that justice, the pain is worth it. We embrace this as a gift, and will honor the monarch. Without their choice, we would not be alive to fight.
Just wish there was a way to make the pain go away. You know, after this war, you're still going to suffer.
We are not the only ones who will continue to suffer. The wounds endured during this war can also be emotional. Scars will haunt all of your forces. We are not the only ones.
Right.
Gosh. Now that they mentioned those tattoo markings, Hal clearly shows that he has the same markings as Ulrich does. One of Salus went through the... One of Salus was from Alarinthia, too. Anyway, I guess we'll talk to Hal before we go in. Is Alarinthia the same as it was back then?
No, it is completely different. More primitive. Alarinthia existed in unison with the monarchy. It was one part of a larger whole. It was peaceful. Being stuck in a constant power struggle sounds awful, but still, it has given us what we need. A strong potential ally. Draco is the result of generations of a savage cycle of growth. Every ruler is stronger than the last. For almost an eternity, they have followed these laws. Draco and his army must be exceptional in their power.
How are you handling being in Salus's body?
We have no complaints. It seems to be others who have problems. Especially those close to Salus, like his son. But we will work on that while we travel. Perhaps your forces just need time to adjust. This must be a jarring transition, to say the least.
Did you really make it through the desert with no water?
We require no sustenance. We may eat and drink with this body, but it is not necessary. If anything, we would do it for pleasure, rather than to survive. But pleasure is not something we require either. So, because of that, we choose not to eat or drink. There are those who need it more than us, Monarch.
I see. Do you think we'll win this war and defeat the Triumvirate?
We are unable to comment on this matter. Conjecture of that kind will lead nowhere constructive. We must simply increase our chances of winning and try.
Yeah, I had a feeling that would go nowhere. Nothing to examine here, so let's travel into the city. Town Square. Oh, this looks really nice. As soon as we enter the town square, Ulrich motions for all of us to stay close. People run amok, while others try to peddle their wares, waving us over. It almost seems just like Mazeo, but the products must be different.
Good. Tavern is in the same place. It's just over there, so we'll make it on time.
He crosses his arms and looks around the town square. Then he rubs his arm in a way that almost hides his tattoo. It's too late. I can already see the townspeople staring. Ulrich was definitely hiding something from all of us. I'd hate to say he's losing our trust, but he's... No. I believe in him. I believe in him. Almost out of fear, it seems that the townspeople avoid us. Eye contact is as far as we go, leaving us lots of room to maneuver. Yes, that helps. It'd suck if they all invaded our personal bubble.
Let's not waste too much time out here, alright? I think we only have a few hours until the ball begins. I'll stay here, but feel free to look around for a bit.
Honestly, I expected Alaminthia to be different. But it looks like I'm staring at an alternate version of Mazeo. The only thing that stands out is the architecture and the heat. That heat. It didn't change one bit when we got out to the city. However, the natives seem used to it, walking around with ease. Most of them aren't fully clothed, wearing a getup much like Ulrich's. I guess it's my fault for expecting something different out of this place. Before we head to the tavern, I decided to look around for a few minutes. Maybe it would be a good idea to talk to Ulrich as well. He's acting strange. Yeah, I want to talk to him.
Hey.
Do you think Drakior is leading us into a trap?
I have no idea, but it doesn't really matter. I'm pretty sure that we can handle whatever they throw at us. But if he truly does work for Vivian, then we have some good luck. We could use some of that, couldn't we? So for now I'm going to believe Drakior, but only for now. If anything seems suspicious at the tavern, I'll tip you off. Although, the prospect of a tavern brawl does sound appealing. You haven't seen true fighting until you've seen it in Alarinthia. Just thinking about it gets my blood boiling. It's been too long. Of course, I'll try my best to keep our visit a peaceful one. I don't want to end up fighting for our freedom in the Colosseum. Their methods of punishing prisoners are still pretty harsh.
You sure sounded excited to get into a brawl there, Ulrich. Hey Bowser Cave, welcome back to the stream. Thanks for being here. We just arrived at Alaminthia, and now I'm talking with Ulrich, before we head to the tavern. Anyway, what did he mean by the Ulrich of Legend?
I hate to talk about this, so I'll try making it quick. Vivian obviously isn't the first person to rebel against Alarinthia's laws. The first one, at least in recorded history, was named Ulrich, like me. Many people followed after his ideals, including my parents. So much so that they decided to name me after him. I don't like it. That's all it is, really. My name is a silly little tribute. I guess it doesn't help that I also actually look like him. Or at least all artistic and textual descriptions of him. A pretty cool coincidence, but that's all it is. I knew this stuff would come up as soon as we got here. Just remember, you've known me long before this trip. Don't come to judge me by the things these people say.
Of course. I promised after all. Oh, thank you for the head pats. One of these days, if I ever get a PNG tuber, I would love to do a redeem where you can give my PNG head pats. How did you actually get those tattoos?
I'd rather not talk about that right now, but I have a feeling you'll find out soon enough. It's complicated and we're really short on time. Just trust me, alright? It's nothing bad. I earned these, they weren't ripped off. Let's grab a drink in the tavern and chat.
Okay. You know what? Out of
Oh, whoa, what's this?
I see you found the sound redeem. Yeah, that's Tiberius from Paladins. Okay, out of respect for Ulrich, I'm not gonna ask him what he's been talking about with Pro. Instead, anything notable in the town square?
Other than the tavern, not really. There's just the market stalls like Museo. However, there's no laws in place for this stuff. You can buy whatever you want in Alarenthia. Pirates make a living bringing illicit goods overseas. So whatever your heart desires, you can probably find. But I don't think you're the type of person to want that stuff. So if it's all the same to you, we should probably get to the tavern. Remember, we're on a bit of a schedule. Our time is valuable.
Right. Now to look for those books. I looked through the market stalls. There's a few books on display. There's one about Sixers, so I figure I should give it a read. That term has been thrown around recently, and I wanted to learn more.
On Sixers. Sixers, the nickname for victims of a vicious form of punishment that has since been forbidden. 6 hours is all a person can last before passing out in the harsh deserts of Alarenthia. Then, 6 days later, without sustenance, they pass away. Back in ancient times, this was used as a way to punish criminals and make them prove their self-worth before returning to society. If they could survive for an entire 6 days without food and water, they would be welcomed back into Alarenthia's arms. Of course, the survival rate was low. Many people thought this was a skewed form of punishment, clearly rigged to kill. It was so long ago, but they were likely right. Disposing of criminals before making them serve sentences or deliver a more conventional means of justice was barbaric. At least that's what the activists said. It wasn't very long until their movement gained traction, and this practice was banned. Instead, they gave criminals the chance to fight for their freedom in the Colosseum of Alarenthia. If they won, their sentence would be negated. This was seen as more fair and less rigged against them. This form of resolving conflict and fighting for rights over the ages would soon evolve into something more. Passing laws, deciding leaders, and determining fates of citizens would also go on to be placed in the hands of victors. Now, the nation rests in the hands of the strong.
Interesting. People run around the town square, clearly on a mission. It's more chaotic than Museo, and that's definitely saying something. Melissa stands there, watching everybody intently. She seems very interested.
Is this place always so busy?
Yeah, it can even get worse. The busy hours are closer to nighttime. But not tonight, with the ball and all.
Do people live in their market stalls? Like Museo?
No, not really. They get enough business to have their own homes. It's actually the opposite here. Running a stall is a sign of wealth.
So the more you work, the more money you make. See, that actually makes sense. Don't you think?
Yeah, but it doesn't make up for the other shortcomings. The markets are busy and unsafe. People die all the time. It's a cutthroat culture here, so you're always in danger. If I could choose a place to open up a shop, I'd choose Museo. It might be harder and less profitable, but it'd be safe. You wouldn't get caught up in other people's fights.
That happens here?
All the time. It's almost unavoidable. You can't turn around without bumping into anybody here. It gets worse the deeper you go, but we won't go that deep. Of course, the flowing of alcohol doesn't make things easier. People are always rowdy, looking for some fun or a fight. You also wouldn't be able to get some peace and quiet.
Right, alright, you win. Why do so many people do it then? I mean, set up shop and put up with that.
Probably because they don't know anything else. Getting to the mainland is the last thing on their minds. Wherever you grow up, that's what's normal to you.
I guess that makes sense. Valinor is normal to me, and Mazeo is weird. But I bet it'd be the other way around for Dominic.
Exactly.
On top of the crates rests a book about Dracu's reign. Perhaps some young Alaminthians were reading up on him before the ball. It definitely paints a grim picture of the nation. Dracu must be very strong.
Dracu's reign. In Alarinthia, a ruler is lucky if their reign lasts even a year. However, Dracu has been in power for several decades. This is definitely unheard of. His power is immense, and any challengers to the throne are quickly defeated in the Colosseum without effort. Every year, Dracu hosts a ball in his castle and freely spreads his riches amongst the citizens of Alarinthia. That, coupled with his strength, keeps most of his subjects happy. Many are less inclined to insurrection, and those that attempt to dethrone him are easily defeated. He seems to have a stranglehold on the nation, but it is also one that gives the land a continued sense of peace. However, due to the way that the nation is run, it is only a matter of time until he is dethroned in the Colosseum. He will join the rest of Alarinthia's past rulers, none of which have succumbed to natural causes, only the strength of others.
So now we know a little more about him. There's tons of vases and jars full of whatever product people are peddling. Vortem inspects them with a curiosity that I almost can't describe. However, Ulrich is pretty quick to put that curiosity to an end.
Hey, cut that out. You have no idea what's in there. It could be drugs or illegal weapons.
There are illegal weapons?
Oh, of course, you have to improvise around here. Your goal is to always be stronger than everyone else. That requires some creativity, especially in weapon design. The Great Sword even originated in Alarinthia. You don't see many people carrying them on the mainland. I was raised with it, though, so I can't use anything else.
Whoa, that's pretty cool. I wonder what I can find then.
And what part of illegal don't you understand? There are laws in place to prevent more inhumane creations, but those laws fail to reach places like the town square markets. You could touch something laced with poison or worse. Just keep your hands off of this stuff and stay close to me. Always assume that everything here is out to get you.
Wow, you make this place sound so luxurious. But alright, I'll do what you say. For now.
You seriously call this luxurious, Vortem? I believe I've examined everything here. So let's go to the tavern. Ooh, this looks nice. I really like taverns and restaurants with large openings for you to easily look outside or sit outside. I love the openness of it all. We enter the tavern and make sure to stay close together. It was packed and noisy, and the patrons seemed pretty rowdy. I make sure to stick by Ulrich in case something breaks out.
It looks just like I remember it. All these years and nothing has changed. I guess there's no use trying to change perfection.
Yes, it looks much like it did in our time as well. If memory serves, Alarinthia is home to a unique wine, Monarch. If you have a drink, we would suggest that.
Wow, he actually knows what he's talking about. I'm buying a few bottles to bring back to the mainland. The climate of Alarinthia affects the taste of everything. Some in a good way and some in a bad way. I won't bore you with the details, but the wine is great. Let's find Vivian and get everything started, shall we?
We all nod to one another and venture deeper into the tavern. It's an open place with no doors. I can see right outside to the market. It makes things noisy, almost unbearably so, but I'll have to deal with it. We approach the bar. I assume Ulrich is going to ask after Vivian. I can't even see Achior. I looked around and noticed a bunch of eyes on us. Part of me starts to wonder if this was a trap. Something feels odd. A man sneaks up from behind us and stands between me and Ulrich. He has a drink in his hand, and he slams it down on the table. Some of it spills on the bar. This man must be intoxicated.
Hey, would you let me buy you a drink? Something tells me you're not from around here. I know a lot about this place if you need a tour guide.
Before I can answer, Ulrich gently pushes them away.
Look, we don't have time for any antics, but if you know where Vivian is, we could use some help. You're right about us being foreigners. We've come a long way.
Oh, you're looking for Vivian. Why didn't you say so? Follow me.
Ulrich and I stare at each other, head on knees.
We'd rather stay here if you don't mind. Following strangers isn't the best idea.
All right. I'll be right back. Normally I wouldn't do this, but I trust you. Have I seen you before? You look familiar.
No. Now please leave us be. Don't bother us again unless you have Vivian. I'll ask the barkeep in the meantime. Maybe they know.
The mystery man nods and walks away from us. That is a good call. We should never follow a stranger. I doubt he'd be coming back. He was probably a scammer. Is there something about us that marks us as easy targets?
Now I guess I'll start.
Before we can continue, Draco sneaks up behind us.
Your manners could use some work, Ulrich.
I use my manners on worthwhile people.
And Vivian isn't one of them? I saw how you just shoved him away.
Wait, what? Vivian is a man?
What?
And an honorable one at that. He deserves to be treated with respect.
I don't believe you.
Most people don't. His parents chose the name. If anything, it keeps the assassins looking for the wrong person. Try and tell me you weren't looking for a female when you entered.
Okay. Ulrich shrugs. Draco had a point though.
Let's get this over with then. We need to talk about securing an alliance. Then we'll do the same with Draco and take the best deal.
Vivian approaches us and stands beside Draco.
You told them? I was having fun, Drakior. That's in short supply these days. Thanks a lot.
They're on a strict schedule, Vivian. The ball opens up in a matter of hours. Remember, you still have a move to make.
Right. A challenge at the ball. Move aside. I'll explain our plan to Ulrich. If he has any sense, he'll aid our cause.
Draco nods and steps aside. Our comrades gather around, having realized what's going on.
So Vivian is a guy?
I guess so. But don't say that too loud. Something tells me it's not common knowledge.
Very smart. Helps you stay incognito. We were all looking for a girl, weren't we?
Yeah, something like that. Either way, I'm glad this worked out. We should probably talk terms with him.
You have a nice group of comrades, Ulrich. Start by telling me about him, though.
Vivian stares at me. That was a reasonable request. My position beside Ulrich implied we were closer than the rest.
This is the monarch, heir to the throne of Alestia. After we take down the Triumvirate, this is his world. A crazy claim, I know, but we have proof of everything.
Vivian blinks a few times, clearly confused.
Let's continue under the assumption that I understand. At the end of the day, you want my army to aid you, right?
Right.
Well, this is where it gets a bit weird. I want your army just as much as you want mine. Maybe we can come to some sort of conclusion?
Go on.
I'm going to Draco's ball and challenging him. Tomorrow, I plan to be fighting for the throne. We'll do it right. One last fight in the Colosseum. I had Drakior stay at the docks to watch the new arrivals. If he found a group that looked strong enough, he'd tell me. You fit the bill. Better than anyone else. So he spied on you. He heard your group talking about a rebellion and a big army. That's when I knew we hit the jackpot. Our new target was clear. But to know you came here just for me? That's pretty flattering. If you help me take down Draku in the Colosseum, I'll help you. I can offer a few hundred men and maybe more from my throne. Who knows how many people I can rally up if I take over this nation.
But you don't just care about power, right? You plan to change this nation for the better.
Yes. I plan to model ourselves like the mainland. Elections, voters, stuff like that. No more tournaments. We've lost too many amazing people to barbaric, outdated laws.
Vivian, I'll be honest with you here. I want to support you, but the final choice rests with the Monarch. After the ball, we need to talk with Draku first and weigh out our options.
Honestly, I just want to side with Vivian now, but if we have to meet with Draku too, then I suppose so. But I'm still gonna side with Ulrich and support Vivian.
Understandable. But be warned. That's when I'm making my move. If he accepts my challenge, we'll be fighting in the morning. You better hurry. That ball is known for huge lines.
Ulrich looks over at Pro, and they nod to each other.
Monarch, I need to tell you something. This is my homeland, and I've always wanted to change it. I have to fight alongside Vivian, even if you ally with Draku.
Okay, that settles it. I'm not signing with Draku at all. Never. Zero. I'm not gonna... I'm not gonna make enemies with Ulrich.
And if Draku's terms involve destroying Vivian's insurrection, well then I think we'll be fighting each other in the Colosseum. Remember that these are fights to the death. I have no other choice.
There's no way I could do that.
I'll choose Ulrich as my champion then.
Champion?
Each side gets to choose a champion to fight with them. Aside from that, they get to choose 20 to 30 fighters. Everybody that didn't make the cut for champion as an example. This means that myself, Ulrich, and my army would fight in the Colosseum. The battle ends when either the champion or the leader has fallen. Now, I know for a fact that Draku doesn't like to lose his own men. So, if I challenge him at the ball, after you ask him for his support, I bet he'll make you fight me for it. You know, use your men instead. He's predictable, but you use that to your advantage, Monarch.
I hope it doesn't come down to fighting each other. But for the future of this nation, I will do what I must. Now let's get to that ball and see what Draku wants.
He's probably expecting you. If Drakior scoped you out, I'm betting Westy did too. That's Draku's right hand. Just be careful out there. I'll be making my move right after he addresses his people. Make sure you're there. That happens in the throne room. Just don't make the wrong choice, Monarch. Go with me.
I want to say I side with Vivian so badly. But, like, let's stop with the tension and just let me side with Vivian. I don't want to side with Draku. I don't want to fight Ulrich. He smiles before walking away with Drakior in tow. So he needed us just as much as we needed him? Yes, in this case, that worked in our favor. I didn't expect Ulrich to side with Vivian, though. Thought he'd wait for my choice and fight alongside me. You know we could be enemies in the Colosseum? We're not fighting Ulrich. We're not fighting Ulrich. We're not fighting Ulrich. Vivian and Ulrich. And Draku and who? Guess we'd find out. We stayed in the tavern for a while before leaving. However, our next destination was clear, the castle. Hopefully the line for the ball wasn't horribly long. Ulrich! Heart to heart number 4. Ulrich sits at the tavern, taking large swigs of ale. It's hard to accept that we sided with Drake. That if we sided with Draku, he'd be against us. And it's understandable as well. He really wanted to change Alarinthia. Know that this wouldn't affect the rebellion and our unity. We can't have our key members being at arms with each other.
Have a seat, Monarch. These drinks are on me. I don't want you filling up on Draku's handouts.
I nod and take a seat beside him. I'll drink, but I want some answers. His hasty alliance with Vivian, the lies about his markings, and his past. If he wants my trust, then he needs to tell me everything. I feel lost. I voice those concerns to him as the drink he ordered me arrives. Taking a large swig, I sit back and await his response, whatever it may be.
Trust. This isn't about trust, Monarch. Your trust in me won't affect any of your decisions. In fact, we could win this war without any trust at all. All that matters is the desire to fight for a common cause. Did you think that these little chats we've been having were mandatory? Trust me, I could have done just fine without them. In fact, I'd be better off.
Oh. I'm taken aback by his harsh words. I don't let it provoke me. I simply wait. It's best if I let him get a clear head instead.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's just the feelings I have for you, they complicate things. Harmless fun, I know that's what we said, but look at me now. I'm scared that if I tell you everything, you'll turn your back to me. Spirits know everybody else did. Look at me. Still using superstition. The spirits had no power over us, no divine plan. Then why do I find myself still wanting to believe in them? I guess maybe they gave me a sense of comfort in difficult times. It's different now, having difficult times, and knowing the truth. What do I believe in if I want to push myself forward? That's what made me want to side with Vivian, no matter what. The desire to change my nation is what drives me to action now. And when we're done here, it'll be the desire to change our world. That's all I've wanted my entire life. It always seems just out of reach. Whenever I think I have it, the Triumvirate swoops in and takes it away. They tell you they'll give you what you want. They convince you that they'll make your dreams come true. Then, when they're done with you, they throw you away.
He lets out a loud sigh and slumps down in his chair. Not sure why he's telling me all of this, but I still listen. Even if it's somewhat unrelated, it's helpful for him to vent.
What I'm about to tell you, I tell you in confidence. I knew Sovi before he became the Grand Inquisitor. That's how I know so much about the Triumvirate. I saw them take an impressionable young man and ruin him. Turn him into a tool meant to kill without a second thought. They took my friend. And after that, he was no more. That monster we fight may look like my friend, but that man is long gone. They made sure of that. I promised myself I'd never let them do that again. I failed. They got to Shane, just like they got to Sovi. It's almost impossible to shake off their influence. They just have this way of convincing you.
I continue listening, and we take turns drinking. Soon after, a second drink comes for each of us. I believed every word. I knew there was a connection. I looked back to the vision I had of Valenor's destruction. They said some things that revealed a connection between them. I just assumed it was something rivals developed in wartime. However, to think that Sovi was once good? That's the part I find hard to believe about all of this. Yet, he spared me when he had my life in his hands.
Well, that's one of the things I had to tell you. It was a long time ago, but it still happened. I won't let it get in the way of my performance. A long time ago, I thought maybe I could win him back. You know, maybe he could change and redeem himself. But I haven't thought that in a long time. Now I want to kill him. For everything he's done to me, for everything he's done to us. There's a point where redemption eludes you, and he's past that. I guess this leads into the second thing I wanted to tell you, Monarch. Back in the desert, I told you about how I got these markings. Then Drakior said I ripped them off from the ancient Alaranthians. I wish that was the truth, I really do. But it's not the truth at all. I always tell people that I'm older than they think, but I only say that to hide how old I really am. It's not a lie, it's more like an omission.
He rests his head in his hands, his second glass now empty.
I'm old enough to have earned these markings the right way. There. I said it. I don't care if you believe me or not. I finally said it. I'm older than any of you could have possibly imagined. Very, very old.
I'm so confused right now. He's claiming to be thousands of years old? As far as I knew, the laws that led to those markings were banned long ago. And not only that, I also used to work with Sovi.
Go ahead. Tell me you don't believe me. So far, nobody else has. They say it's impossible. And soon after that, they say nothing to me at all.
I believe you.
You can never turn off that charm, huh? Well, in any case, I'm glad you believe me. Most people don't. There's something different about you, though, so I took a leap of faith. Thank you, Monarch. I really mean it. There's more to the story, but that's all we have time for. It's just the basics. Stuff you'll need to know moving forward.
The barkeep comes up to us and asks if we want another drink. Oleg shakes his head, sending him off his way, and puts the money down.
My treat, remember? Now let's get going to that ball. Tonight we change history.
Oleg's loyalty scene will be available when you return to the mainland. Alright. Wow. Wonder how Ulrich grew to live for hundreds of years. Maybe we'll know soon. Okay, let's keep going. Parallel Chronicles Sovi 9. Let's view this. Sovi kneeled before his masters, with Halen and Shane behind him. The time had finally come to tell him what happened in Mazeo. Having Halen's support, however, meant they wouldn't learn the full truth.
The general of the rebellion has fallen. Good work, Shane. You've earned our trust. We had a feeling you'd prove yourself useful. But what of the seer? We notice that you don't have our blade. This displeases us. Please, explain, Sophie.
We thought it better to damage their morale. They have the blade, but they can never recover. Next time we see them, it'll be like crushing an insect.
You failed your mission, Sophie. We wanted you to retrieve that blade. Now they have time to regroup and replan.
Yes, they have time, but not enough. I know where they'll be going, Masters. With your permission, I'll go and end this.
End what should already be over? Sophie, do you realize what you've done? There's a reason we needed that blade. But you failed to retrieve it, and let the seer get away. Any silver lining you can come up with is simply not enough. Domek's death will only fuel them with rage to use against us.
Only if we give it time to fester. We can leave immediately. Please.
Halen, is Sylvie speaking the truth? Do you trust his ability to carry out another mission?
Halen steps forward, nervous. Gulping, he looks at his masters.
No.
Oh, are you kidding me? Sylvie looks shocked, as Halen had promised him discretion. He grits his teeth in anger, taking deep breaths, trying to stay calm.
Tell us what really happened, Halen. We need to know, in order to plan our next move.
Okay, I changed my mind. Halen, you are not a cool character at all.
Of course, Masters. Sovi failed on purpose. He had the blade and the seer's life, but took neither. I don't know why. I regret letting him run off alone.
Halen!
Zoe's loud cry echoes through the Triumvirate's chambers. His masters shake their heads, clearly displeased at this news.
He planned to deceive you all along. In fact, he had me promise to lie as well. I did, but I planned to tell you regardless.
Halen kneels down, swearing fealty.
I am unable to lie to you, Masters. You gave me life, and for that I am grateful. Shane and myself can carry out the next mission. At this time, Sovi is unfit for duty. It pains me to say, but it is the truth.
The Triumvirate pauses, thinking for a few minutes. An eerie silence fills the room before they speak again. Sobi and Halen, both kneeling, look up at their masters.
Rise, Grand Inquisitor.
Sobi slowly rises, his fists trembling with anger.
No, not you, Sophie.
Oh.
What?
Grand Inquisitor, please rise.
They say it again, and Halen looks around, confused. A few moments later, he rises, standing up beside Sobi.
Masters?
Sophie is hereby stripped of the rank of Grand Inquisitor. Halen, taking this mantle, you will train Shane as your apprentice. We trust that you will do as we command, and avoid letting us down.
Sobi takes a few steps back, while Halen nods.
Please, Masters, I beg you to reconsider. We have them in our grasp. We can do this.
Sophie, we would have understood the failure of your mission. But lying to us, the lack of loyalty and honesty is unacceptable. It's almost starting to seem like your allegiance lies somewhere else.
It doesn't, I swear!
We cannot be certain that you're telling the truth. Surely you can see how that lie has damaged our trust. Halen, however, has proven to be nothing but loyal. Shane killed a key member of the rebellion as well. You come back to us with nothing to show but deception. It hurts us, and so you must be punished for your actions.
Sobi's head slumps down, accepting defeat. If he wanted to win them back, he'd have to endure this punishment. Finding it was useless, and would only serve to make things worse for him.
Very well. I understand. But know that I will make this up to you. Until you need me again, I'll be in my chambers.
He starts to walk away, but is quickly stopped by his masters.
No.
Turning around, the look of anger is more apparent on his face.
Excuse me?
Your punishment must be rather severe. Without that blade, we are vulnerable.
Then tell me what you plan to do. There is no pain I will not endure for you.
Halen, Shane, come here.
Doing it as instructed, they approach the triumvirate. They turn around, and Sylvie is faced by all 5 of his now superiors.
We no longer have any use for you, Sylvie. The Inquisition has been reformed, and is now stronger. We have no choice but to exile you from Balteus. Permanently.
What?
You will leave immediately. This is non-negotiable. Set in stone.
Sylvie shakes his head, clearly fighting back tears.
After everything I've done for you, you're going to what? Just throw me away?
Yes. With our reign in danger, we need a strong core. We need men who can get the job done, without question. This is something you seem to be incapable of, Sylvie.
There must be something I can do.
No, Sylvie. There's nothing you can do. It's too late. Unless you march in here with that blade and the seer. Well, to put it bluntly, we never wish to see your face again.
Dang. Man, I was not expecting that. Man, Halen, so much for being a friend of Sylvie. We have some party banter that we can listen in on, but I wanna examine the tavern first. There are paintings here. Not sure who they're supposed to be. On closer inspection, one of them looks like Ulrich, the legendary one. Does Draku not care that paintings of his enemies are out in the open? Oops. The tavern is open, and I can see back outside. Being connected to the marketplace is a genius idea. People enter and leave it like it's a normal part of their day. Yeah, that is smart. It's odd, no matter where I go, taverns are all the same. There was Peregrino, the tavern in Museo, and now this. I guess no matter where you are, some things never change. Now for the party banter.
So, we might have to fight Ulrich. That's pretty scary to think about, Pro.
Only if the Monarch sides with Draku, Valessa. There's still a pretty good chance that won't happen. I wonder who Draku will elect as his champion, though.
Well, his army is supposed to be incredibly powerful. He must get to handpick the strongest Alorinthians. I'm sure Ulrich can handle it, though. At least, I hope.
Well, Draku doesn't like to waste his men, remember? It's possible he'll elect an outsider, meaning one of us. Vivian is like an insect to him. Super easy to crush.
So, we'll be fighting each other in the end? Isn't this supposed to be a fight to the death?
Exciting, isn't it?
No!
No, it's not. That means one of us will die.
Not exactly.
Huh?
The match ends if the champion or the leader falls. It'd be possible to end this with Vivian or Draku's death. The champion is just there to spice things up, I guess. If it were just the two leaders, they'd only fight each other. Having two champions ensures the fight constantly changes pace. It makes things sound more interesting, at least. You need strategy. Watching two leaders in an unending deadlock would be boring. The champions and a small army of men really shake it up. It makes sure the leaders are at the top of their game too. They have to watch every direction and constantly be ready. It serves to show us how strong they truly are. It's crazy. Draku is undefeated, but Ulrich might just stand a chance.
I think you're kind of missing my point, Pro.
Really?
I don't think of Vivian and Draku as expendable. At the end of the day, one of us will die no matter what. Even if it's one of them, it's still something I'd like to avoid.
Then it sounds like you side with Vivian then. Draku's death would be the final death in the Colosseum. There'd be no more fights like this under his reign.
I know you're right, but it's not so easy. We have to kill him just because he thinks differently? There's no way to avoid casualties, and I hate that.
Yeah, but it's not just Alarinthia, Valessa. You could say that about this entire war in general. Sometimes it's better to look at people as means to an end.
I can never do that.
A lot of people feel the same way, trust me. But that's probably why the Triumvirate is in charge. We need to start looking at things differently if we want to win.
If we have to compromise ourselves, then is it truly winning? I don't know, Pro. I think I need a little bit of time to myself.
Of course.
Man, I don't wanna go through one of our allies dying. I don't wanna go through this again. What do you two have to say?
I don't want to watch Ulrich fight in the Colosseum. If the Monarch sides with Draku, then he could die.
But he's prepared to die for his beliefs, Fortame. There isn't a better way to go. A true, noble end.
Honestly, I'd prefer if his life had no end at all. I have a feeling this choice will end up dividing us. I don't want to fight against Ulrich or watch him die.
It's all about respecting his wishes, Fortame. If he puts his life on the line for Alarinthia, we can't deny that. You'd do the same for Valinor. In fact, you already are.
Really?
This war is just battle after battle, Fortame. You put your life on the line back at Rebel HQ. That means you are ready to die for your beliefs.
I guess you're right when you put it that way.
So Ulrich isn't just fighting for Alarinthia. Remember that our army gets a boost out of this. At the end of the day, it benefits all of Alestia.
But what if the person we side with loses?
That's what makes things difficult, Fortame. Vivian is the right choice, in my opinion, but not the correct one. The correct choice is Draku. He's won every battle and has a huge army.
This is pretty complicated. So far, every choice was concrete. There was no room to choose and then lose.
Alarinthia is different than everything we know. I guess it makes sense that things would change once we arrived. The Monarch has a tough choice to make. It's a gamble at best.
It's not a choice. I'm picking Vivian. End of discussion. I'm not fighting Ulrich.
It shouldn't have to be that way, though. The future of a nation and our world is a gamble? That's bad news. Vivian has the right idea here for sure.
You mean abolishing Colosseum battles?
Yeah. Things should be just like the rest of Alestia. If they were, then we wouldn't even be in this situation.
But we shouldn't change something just because we don't like it. That's what the Triumvirate did to this world. We can't be like them. Alarinthia has been fine since the dawn of time. It can continue to be fine. Besides, Valinor is the exact same way. Independent, with its own hierarchy and leadership.
Well, Valessa plans to keep it that way, yeah. But honestly, I want unity with the other nations. I think the same would be best for Alarinthia. The Triumvirate changed this world to suit them, right? That's not what we're doing. We're liberating it, making it better. Our end goal is different, so I don't think we can be compared to them.
You have a point, actually. Maybe I've got the wrong idea. A flip coin does the same thing until it lands, after all. The truth is only shown after everything is said and done.
Exactly!
In that case, maybe I do side with Vivian. With Ulrich's strength, he may stand a chance. I hope the monarch is on the same page as us.
I guess we'll find out once we get to the ball. But I wonder if Draku will request our aid. And for that matter, who will its champion be? Gosh, I hope things don't get even more complicated. Not sure I could handle a web more tangled than this.
Oh, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Don't say that. Something bad always happens if someone says, "What's the worst that could happen?" Quiet, Dominic. Please. I am super into this. I care about these characters so badly. I don't want Ulrich to die. I don't want any of us to die. Hearing me getting into the story is super entertaining. Well, I'm happy I could entertain you. This is me genuinely being into the game. This is my first time ever playing Winds of Change, so what you're hearing is genuine, not acting. Alright, we have a ball to attend to. Castle front. I'm so nervous. We enter the castle gates, and to my surprise, I see trees like back at home. There's grass too, almost as green as the grass back in Alnorth. I have no idea how Draku got this here, but it sure wasn't cheap.
Wow, this is incredible. I know you said he was rich, but this is crazy. I've never seen such a fancy place. Not in my entire life.
Dominic steps forward, clearly amazed as well.
So this is where Draku lives. It seems a bit excessive, don't you think? I prefer our tunnels, a lot more secretive.
Alarenthia is all about showcasing your power. Most rulers add a wing or two to the castle during their reign. It's only going to get bigger and bigger with each passing year. Unless, of course, Vivian takes over. He's not fixated on that kind of stuff.
I can't imagine it getting much bigger, to be honest. What does one ruler need to do with all that space?
Well, he has a large army as well, larger than Vivian's. But don't let that sway us. I think you've seen enough to know that this place needs changing.
Right, of course. So what, do we just march right in? I don't see any guards or security.
I look around and he's right. I just see lots of partygoers. They're all sipping some sort of alcohol and they look at peace. Suppose this is one way to stop the people from fighting back. I notice a large man exit the castle gates and slowly approach us. A large man exit the castle gates. Oh wait, that makes sense. The way I read that, I was interpreting that ad in a weird way. Pardon me for that. He's not carrying any weapons, so I doubt he's some sort of security. He looks intimidating, of course, but that's about it. Is this Westy?
I'll take care of this, just like before. We can't risk slipping up in this castle. One misstep, and everyone will be after us.
We all step back, trusting Ulrich's word. He takes a few steps forward, meeting the mysterious man. Something tells me that this is Draku's guard. I just know it.
Westy, I presume. That's an interesting name, you know?
It's a nickname for your information. And you must be Ulrich. You sure stand out.
Yes. We come in peace, don't worry. We are here for the ball, and Draku. Is it possible to request an audience?
He's a busy man, you know.
So am I, so don't waste our time. Can we have an audience or not?
Rusty sighs and crosses his arms.
Fine, fine. I'll let you in to see him. He's been expecting you, you know. We've been keeping watch since the docks.
Just like Vivian's man.
Yeah, but we let him get to you first. It's not often an army comes here from the mainland. We wanted to hear his offer, so we could top it.
It doesn't matter how you top it. I'm not fighting Ulrich. I'm siding with Vivian.
And top it. Draku wants our army as well? We're starting to become popular around here.
Don't let that get to your head, Ulrich. You're just as disposable to him as Vivian. You just happen to be both disposable and strong.
You might want to work on your public relations skills.
Look at this ball and then say that to me again. That's right, you can't. Now let's get going. I'll be inside the gates when you're ready.
He walks away, leaving Ulrich to turn back to us. So it seems like everybody has a use for us in this place. Vivian was probably right. Draku would use us to fight him.
Well, that makes things easier, doesn't it? This is going to go exactly like we expected. Let's just help Vivian and get this over with. Draku has a bigger army, but Vivian has a brighter future. And that's what we were fighting for, remember? A better future. It might be a bit harder to win, but we can still do it.
Everybody nods, agreeing on this unanimously. It makes sense since they didn't want to fight Ulrich. But ultimately, the final decision would be up to me.
This seems to be going pretty well. I hope we're not walking into a trap.
Draku wouldn't try anything during his ball. This is about making the people happy, not scared. Let's hear him out, and get this over with for good.
Sure, sounds good to me. On your mark, Monarch.
They all spread out and start looking around the area. Namek was right, everything seems to be going so well. We deserve it after what we went through, that's what I think. It's crazy to think that within a few days we'd be attacking Baltaeus. We couldn't waste any time. We'd go right after securing this alliance. I think back to the moment on the ship, where I touched the blade. I wanted it to show me our victory, and it showed me nothing. Pushing forward, in spite of that, that was the definition of hope. If there was anything that would help us win this war, it was that hope. No party banter at all.
What's this place for?
Security normally, but there isn't any during the ball. Anybody is just free to walk inside.
Oh, okay. Is security normally heavy?
Yeah, they need to fend off assassins. As a ruler here, you're constantly a target. I can't imagine living in that constant fear.
Wait, what happens if a leader is assassinated? Does the killer become the new ruler of Alarenthia?
No, the killer is usually given the death penalty, and then an open tournament is held to find the strongest man. It's considered cowardly to kill someone when they aren't prepared.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. I was kind of wondering. I mean, Vivian could just easily assassinate Draku, right? But now it makes sense why they didn't go that route.
Yeah, it would change nothing. Vivian would still need to fight. He'd stand no chance in an open tournament like that. A Colosseum battle is the only way for him to do this.
Would people respect the change if Vivian won? Or would they want to fight him in the Colosseum too?
And they'd probably want to fight him for a while, but a ruler can always turn down a challenge. Usually they're arrogant, so they don't do that. And it's not a change they need to respect. No matter what, Vivian is still in charge. He'd likely merge with the new monarchy. And at that point, there's nothing they can do. History's already made, treaty's already signed. That is, if the monarch decides to side with Vivian.
It seems like an easy choice, doesn't it?
I guess we'll see.
You'll see that I'll join Vivian. I'm not fighting Ulrich. How did they get these trees to live in this weather? They look like trees back in the mainland. They don't belong here. It must require a tremendous amount of care to ensure they stay alive. If anything, it serves to make me feel less homesick. A part of the mainland is right here with me and my comrades. That puts me at ease, so I choose not to question this further. The gates don't seem to lead directly to the castle. There still seems to be a long way to walk once you enter them. I can see the entrance to the actual castle from far down a paved road. It almost seems like an experience to approach the castle. It's a little gaudy, but I guess we just have different tastes. I wonder why there are some people partying out here. Are they full inside or something? Or maybe they just wanted to get away from the noise. Either way, this indicated that there was a ton of people at the ball. The castle is massive. I've never seen anything like it. I wonder if the Triumvirate's castle will be anything like this. It's crazy to think that each ruler adds more and more onto it. I guess it's something like a patchwork look. Every ruler had a different taste in design after all. Can't even imagine the story behind this castle.
Now that's something I'd like to climb. Ulrich, what do you think about that?
I'd rather you didn't. They might think you're breaking in. Or even worse, coming to kill Draku.
Oh, maybe I'll ask him first then. Do you think he'd give me permission?
Ha!
I don't think he's the giving type, Fortin. He'd probably just laugh you away and call you a fool.
Wait, really? Then what about this ball? Isn't he just giving all this stuff away?
Well, yeah, but not for free. It's to win the people over, gain their allegiance. He's not doing it to be generous. He has a motive.
True. I'll still give it a shot, though. The worst he can do is say no.
Trust me, he can do far worse than that. Don't ask unless you're ready to handle it.
Yeah, no way he'd let us do that. Going straight to the throne room. Before we do that, I want to take a little break. It's about time I get up and stretch. So, it's break time, Chad. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Man, I hate summer bugs. Yeah, I need to vent a little bit. While I was getting up and stretching, I was outside, and there's these little tiny harmless bugs just crawling around on the wall of the apartment complex. We're getting pest control, but they should be here sooner rather than later. I have to wait until Tuesday until they take care of it. Like, I haven't been able to sit out on my balcony because of these darn bugs. Thankfully, they're not awful bugs. They're just annoying. Anyway, putting aside my rant on bugs for now, let's go to the throne room so we can immediately decline Draku's offer. I'm not fighting Ulrich. The throne room is crowded and full of people partying. Normally, I imagine this would be reserved for Draku alone, but right now, open to everybody, it's almost like a big ballroom. A man sits on the throne, watching the people as if it entertains him. Hiccups, excuse me. That must be Draku. I scan the room, and I notice Vivian in a corner. Since no one knows what he looks like, he must blend in perfectly. He must have snuck ahead of us while we were talking back at the gates. Yes, all the pieces were in place. This ball was about to get interesting. I wonder how many people here were part of Vivian's insurrection. Rusty stands beside Draku, and I see them whisper to one another. A few moments later, Draku stands up, eyeing down me and my comrades. I didn't notice how tall and imposing he was until he stood up. Almost a match for Ulrich.
Silence.
His deep voice echoes through the entire throne room, and everybody stops talking. They turn to him, as if out of fear, and await his next words. I know what they'll be. He knows who we are, and with Vivian here, it's likely that he's ready to make a move.
We have those who would disturb the peace among us. Guards, lock the doors. We have some business to take care of.
He claps his hand once in a commanding gesture. Soon after, a group of people close the throne room doors. They carry no weapons and are disguised as partygoers.
Now, how should we deal with those who disturb the peace? Watching them starve in the cells doesn't do much for me anymore.
The crowd starts shouting out a bunch of potential punishments. Draku laughs, clearly enjoying all of the horrible ideas thrown his way.
I say we hear them out and treat them in kind. So tell us, why did you come here today?
I take a step forward in response, but then Draku looks the other way. Fixing his view to the corner of the room, I realize he wasn't talking to me.
Vivian.
Wait, so he knows? Everybody looks towards the corner and Vivian scoffs. Moving forward, he stands in the center of the room.
Draku. You come here on my day of celebration to challenge me. It is an insult to both me and all of these proud Alarinthians. Looking deep into our core, you say we're not good enough. We honor the traditions of the ancients, as we should. Without them, we wouldn't be here today. You want to tear us apart. You want to create a nation that's weak, just like the mainland.
No, you've got it all wrong. Lack of strength is not a weakness. The unity of the mainland, their shared ideals, that's true strength. You stand here, alone, victim to your incessant squabbling.
Vivian takes a few steps towards the throne with intense passion. I can tell that this is something he'd really fight with his life for.
We yield to no one while they are docile slaves of the Triumvirate. They crush the mainlanders under their heel, who ask no questions at all. Alorinthia is a free land. We make our own choices, and we hold the power.
Pro pushes me aside and steps forward, standing beside Vivian. Ulrich reaches out to stop him, but he's not quick enough.
Then help us gain our freedom!
All eyes are diverted our way, and even Vivian seems surprised.
We've come here seeking an alliance. We're not all mindless slaves, you know?
An alliance? And what can you offer me? You look as if I could crush you with one hand.
I'm stronger than you think. We all are. We grew up alone on the streets of Mazeo. If we weren't strong, we'd be long dead by now.
You? On the streets of Mazeo? My apologies. That is quite respectable. You must be part of the Monarch's crew.
Yes, and we've come to seek your aid. You keep talking about how strong you are, and help us take down those who claim godhood.
Everyone watches in awe as this turns into a standoff.
And what do I get in return?
Pro steps forward, confidence radiating from the way he moves.
I will be your champion and offer some of our forces. Together we can crush Vivian's pathetic insurrection. Allow us this chance to prove our strength as worthy allies.
He kneels down, offering his loyalty to Draku. What was he doing? He's playing right into his hand. Rusty told us that Draku needed our army. He's only playing dumb. Draku steps down the stairs leading to his throne. He stays far from Vivian and Pro, but they're now level.
What an unconventional turn of events. Vivian, you were seeking a challenge, yes?
Yes, at the break of dawn. I will allow you your final night of revelry.
And who will fight as your champion?
Ulrich.
He moves his back towards Ulrich, who steps forward. Standing beside Vivian, his loyalty and stance is clear.
I see.
Draku eyes Pro up and down.
And what do they call you?
They call me Pro, Your Excellence. It would be my honor to fight with you in the Colosseum. I offer my life and the life of our forces to your cause.
I step forward, ready to object to these events, but Draku speaks first.
I accept your offer, Pro. Vivian isn't worth using my own men, but you lack the authority to make this pledge.
He looks straight at me, eyeing the blade on my back.
That decision lies with the Monarch. Help me defeat Vivian, and I will offer you my might. Go against me, and I cannot guarantee your survival.
This is all happening so fast, but I know that's Draku's plan. He wants us to fight his battle for him. I don't even know if he's trustworthy. But Pro, in his haste, put me in an almost impossible position to manage. If I sided with Vivian and Ulrich, we'd have to fight Pro and Draku. Draku would have our forces as backup, while Vivian would have his. This was a fight to the death, so major losses seemed unavoidable. This battle would likely happen regardless of my support, so not picking a side would only harm our cause in the long run. But choosing Pro over Ulrich, or vice versa, could hurt our bond. I close my eyes and clench my fists together. I needed to stop thinking about this so personally. People would die either way. This is war. It's unavoidable. So the real question is, what kind of future do I want for Alaminthia? Do I want Draku to remain in power, or for things to remain unchanged? Or do I want Vivian to overthrow the nation and ally Alaminthia with the mainland? No, I need to detach myself even further. No Pro, no Ulrich, no Draku, no Vivian. Just Alaminthia, that's all.
Monarch, what is your decree? Fight with me and prove yourself worthy of my help? Or fight with Vivian against thousands of years of tradition?
Wait, why are you wording it like that? What? Wait, why isn't it choose Draco or choose Vivian? This is confusing. But I know what I want. I want to side with Vivian. I want Alarinthia to change its ways. I take a deep breath before announcing my choice. We would help Vivian in exchange for the forces he could offer. We would defeat Draco and give this nation a new and bright future. But that meant we'd be fighting against Pro in the Colosseum. He so foolishly pledged his support, I had no idea how to react. I never expected insubordination and borderline betrayal from this.
Our lives were on the line. I had to make the right choice. I'd rather live with Draco than sacrifice myself for Vivian. Ulrich has the wrong idea. What he's doing is suicide.
Pro? Everybody starts to part ways, but the doors remain locked. People try to open them, but Draco quickly makes them stop.
None of you shall leave. I wouldn't want you running away.
Claps his hands and a bunch of servants approach him.
Private quarters will be arranged for those involved in the fight. Tomorrow morning, you will all be escorted to the Colosseum. For tonight, enjoy the ball. I think you'll find it quite exquisite.
Oh, troop morale risen. After that, everybody goes back to enjoying the festivities. Regardless of our allegiance, we all gather up in the center of the room. Never expected that this chain of events would get so complicated. And Draco handled it in such a calm manner, too. It's almost as if he was confident in his ability to win. Uncertainty, confusion, and fright soon filled my mind. He played us. He provoked Pro into pledging his loyalty. At that point, it was already too late. Pro made up his mind. Unknowingly, we all became pawns in the fight for Alarinthia's future. I should probably roam around the ball until it's time to rest. I could feel out the situation and get feedback from my comrades. That would be key to helping me sort out this ongoing mess in my mind.
Hey.
What are your thoughts on this whole thing?
I'm grateful for your support. I really am. I've always told you how much I want to change this place. And now I'm getting the chance. This almost feels like a dream. I'm not a fan of what Pro did, though. I hate to say this, but I'm prepared to kill him. If I see an opening, I have to take it, Monarch. I think I need a few drinks after all of this. Truth be told, I'm still a little confused about everything. But I assume that confusion will wane when the battle starts. I'm going to go check out the rest of the castle. I'll see you around. Remember, party responsibly.
Okay.
Hey.
Pro?
I think you sided against me. In the future, I'll remember that. I thought we were friends, you know? When the fighting starts, I won't hold back. I just want to be on Draco's good side, you know? If he ends up winning, I still want to form an alliance. But if Vivian wins? Well, I don't know. That means either myself or Draco would be dead. I'm not going to think about that. Let's go check out the ball.
They must be plotting something. Oh.
Pro, what do you think you're doing? I had a plan, and now you've ruined everything.
Sorry, Ulrich. It just made sense. This is a fight to the death, right? Draco has never lost. I had to do it.
I had everything under control.
It's not your job to control everything. You need to get that through your thick skull.
You're going to regret this.
Regret? I can live with that. It's better than dying for nothing. Draco has killed stronger men than you. I don't think he's going to lose this battle. That's why I want to be on his good side.
So you're just going to suck up to him? Get out of my sight, Pro. You're pitiful.
They better be acting. They better be planning something, because I don't want to believe that Pro is actually betraying us. Any thoughts on what just went down?
I'm glad you sided with Ulrich and Vivian. It's important to change this nation for the better. I just wish Pro didn't have to open his big mouth. There's a very real chance that he'll die tomorrow. We've seen Ulrich fight. I think he'll win this battle. I just hope it's Draku that falls, not Pro. That sounds like a horrible thing to say, I know. But we've all grown so close since we met at Peregrino. I'm scared this clash of ideals will tear our bonds apart. I need to get my mind off that or I'll go crazy. If you need me, I'll be in the ballroom down the hall. I heard they have a live band, and I love music.
Yeah, go and enjoy some music or something. So what do you think of everything?
We believe you made the wrong choice, Monarch. Draco has yet to lose any fights in the Colosseum. This fight doesn't appear to be any different. The strength he could have offered was incredible too, but instead you decided to choose the weaker man. Ideals aside, choosing weakness makes no sense. Who cares about a changed Alarinthia if we lose the war? We could give Vivian what he wants, and then march to our deaths. Strength is what wins wars, not the desire for change, and not hope. We will be exploring the castle if you need us. The ballroom is our next stop, so we can meet there. In the meantime, enjoy this ball as much as you can.
I chose Ulrich, Hal. Oh, there's no way this'll end well.
Hey, Draku?
Yes?
This is a really nice castle you've got here.
Thank you.
I was admiring it from the outside. I noticed it's built in a really interesting way. It's pretty bumpy. Lots of places for footholds.
Footholds?
Yeah, like places to rest your feet. I was actually going to ask you about that. Was it built that way intentionally? For climbing?
Every ruler adds to this castle in their own way. I've been in power for several decades by now. You're the only one who's ever noticed my addition.
You made it that way? Does that mean you like to climb too?
Yes, it does. That's how I start my day. There's no workout quite like it.
Do you use some special equipment? I got some metallic claw-like things in Mazeo.
I have no use for such things. I prefer to go it alone, without safety. It makes you think about every little move. One accident and you fall to your death. You don't need those claws. Just climb smarter. A handicap takes away your sense of achievement.
I think I'll need them, actually. I'm planning to climb the Grand Tree in Valenorth. If you saw it, you'd understand the necessity.
The Grand Tree. Does it live up to its namesake?
Yeah, it does. It's probably the ultimate challenge. It overlooks the entire world, you know?
Interesting. Very interesting. Perhaps I should pay Valenorth a visit one day. I never thought the mainland could provide me with a challenge.
Oh, it can. Trust me. I've been climbing my entire life. Want to hear about more fun places?
I can spare some time, yeah.
Okay, what up with Draku being out of character and being friendly with Fortem? Give me a second, chat. Wanna do something real quick? Alright, I'm back. The throne sure is impressive. I wonder what it's like to sit on one. After this war, I'll probably find out. That's all to examine. I Guess now we go to the ballroom. When I entered the ballroom, I noticed my comrades scattered about. They're all enjoying themselves and having the time of their lives. Draku spared no expense. This was fancier than anything I've ever seen. There's a live band playing music that's pleasant to the ear. Couples sway about on the dance floor while others feast on the buffet. An open bar attracts many patrons. There's something for everyone here. My comrades notice me and gives me smiles as they enjoy the party. As I'm about to step forward, somebody bumps into me from behind. It was clearly on purpose to grab my attention. I quickly turn around.
I hope you're prepared to fight, Monarch. You'll be among the soldiers during tomorrow's fight. Regardless of your allegiance, I'm excited to see your abilities. I would be honored to know that you gave it your all. Either way, I thought it would be best to come meet you here. You're a guest in my castle, not a prisoner as it may have seemed. It's just tradition for challenges. They're mostly issued at the castle. It ensures that the people involved in the fight can't back out. We take these battles very seriously, as you could tell.
I nod. That much was clear.
I hope we haven't issued any offense.
Why do I have romance opposites with Draku? It is what it is. Let's move on.
You accept your fate. That is admirable. I wish you best of luck in the future, Monarch. If you'll excuse me, I believe we have a party to enjoy.
I feel like I'm getting mixed messages from Draku. Like first he was being all, was being all intimidating, but now he's actually being pleasant? He walks into the ballroom and is quickly crowded by people. Greeting every single one, he ensures that they're all happy. He's very charismatic. Everyone painted him as a savage man. I noticed Dominic and Valetta standing off to the side. They don't seem overly interested in joining the party. I didn't get their input yet, so maybe I should approach them. I take a few steps forward, as to not block the entrance of the ballroom. The music gets louder, and the reverberation fills the grand room. The sight and sound combine to make an utterly beautiful experience. I try my best to enjoy this before retiring to my private quarters. When I was ready to sleep and then fight, that's where I'd go. I couldn't delay it forever, but I could occupy myself for a bit.
Oh, this place is incredible. Draku sure knows how to throw a party. What about you, Ulrich? Having fun?
Draku was my enemy, Valessa. We're practically being held prisoner. Despite that, yeah, I'm having a good time.
I could tell, actually. How many drinks is that? 5? You don't want to fight with a hangover, do you?
It wouldn't be the first time. I've taught myself to fight in any state of being. Just something you learn to do when you're as old as I am.
And how old is that?
Old enough. Besides, I doubt I'll have much trouble tomorrow. Even if I fought Draku while drunk, I could take him down. So don't worry about my well-being. I've got this.
You can fight while you're drunk, too?
Of course. It actually makes things easier. Your movements are sloppy and unpredictable. That's all you need to confuse and overpower your opponent.
Wow, I never thought of it that way. That's a pretty unique fighting style. You'll be sober tomorrow, though, right?
Depends on how tonight goes. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Just go and have a good time, alright?
Alright, if you say so. This is gonna be super interesting. 2 undefeated men locked in combat.
Yeah, I'll make sure to put on a good show for you. It's like a sport. Everybody will be watching intently. You better cheer for me. I'll be listening, Valessa.
Sure.
I like to think that Ulrich is a fan of the Dragon Masters in those movies. That reminds me of that scene in Jackie Chan Adventures where Jackie gets bitten by a snake and he ends up in a let's call it a drunken stupor. And despite that, he still fought against the Dark Hand very well and very comically. I guess we'll talk to Valessa now that she's done talking with Ulrich. Oh, this is a heart-to-heart. Yeah, let's do it. I approach Valessa and watch her inspect the buffet table. It looks like she's having a hard time deciding what to eat. It's all free though, so I'd have some of everything.
Why do they need to put alcohol in everything? These pastries would be fine on their own, you know. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
She fills a plate with a few random sweets. It appears that they're all alcoholic in nature. That sounds fancy, but they're all just doused.
The locals are sure eating this stuff up, though. Call me old-fashioned, but food and drink should stay separate. If this is a delicacy around here, then Alarenthia isn't really my place.
She smiles as she continues filling her plate.
But you gotta eat, right? This isn't the kind of place you want to go hungry. I never thought I'd miss some of the food back in Valinor. But enough about that. Are you having a good time, Monarch? Aside from the whole Colosseum business, of course.
It's alright, I suppose.
I guess so. Could be better. Could be worse. I wonder if your coronation ceremony would have been like this. It's supposed to be a party of a lifetime. I'm sad we had to cancel it.
Oh yeah, we were planning to treat this occasion like the ceremony. But I bet all of that was forgotten because of Pro. Oh, that guy. She smiles softly while eating the pastries on her plate. It isn't much longer until they're all gone. She must have been starving. I don't blame her. The journey here was taxing in every possible way.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I talked to Alex a little more on the way here. You know, to learn a little bit more about our parents. Part of me was hoping to hear something positive. You know, like they were paragons of virtue or something. Thought maybe, just maybe, they were good people.
As he talks, the live band starts to play a bit louder. People flood to the dance floor with their partners. Melissa watches all the couples with a wide smile. She places her empty plate back on the table.
Sorry, the music kind of cut me off. Right. I was talking about our parents. I learned so much about them on the trip here.
Tell me everything. I'd love to hear. She nods and smiles.
Just a quick warning, it's not the best atmosphere for this story. I mean, talking about pirates doesn't exactly fill one with joy, but I think it's important to know more about our families. Like I said, I was hoping to hear some good news. I always pictured our parents as these perfect, heroic people. But it turns out they really weren't. They were bad people, Monarch. I know pirates get involved in shady things, but they embraced it. Killing, stealing, smuggling, you name it. They were legends in Mazeo. They had a whole network operating for them while they were back home. That's how they managed to have a presence in both nations at once. They went to Mazeo every month or so to inspect their operations in person. Explains how they managed to raise us and balance their double lives. Maybe it's for the best that they passed on when they did. The village and Salus raised us. They gave us our sense of morals. I can't say I'd be too happy if I inherited the morals of our parents.
Man, that's kind of, that's a little depressing. But she has a point. I definitely didn't want to inherit the morals of my parents either.
They could have dragged us into the life of piracy as we grew up, too. That would be dangerous. We could have died years ago, you know? If you died, then right now, the world would have no hope at all. So, maybe the occupation was meant to happen. It's guided us to where we are now, shaped us into who we've become. If we let them shape us, then I have no idea where we'd be right now. It's so weird, since children usually aspire to be like their parents. But right now, I'm using them as a roadmap on what not to do. All I can do is dedicate my life to being better people than them. Maybe that can undo some of the damage they've done. Because I know they tore families apart. They killed and robbed. Some would say that, in the end, being murdered was their justice. But I don't think death is a good form of justice. They should have gotten a chance to make up for their crimes. With them gone, I feel like it's our job to do what they couldn't. So, that's something else I'm going to fight for. I'll make up for the damage our parents inflicted. I'll give the world peace, so no one has to feel pain. We'll make a world that doesn't need people like our parents. A world that treats everyone with unconditional love and equality. No one will have to live in poverty or turn to a life of crime. Nobody deserves to be a victim of circumstance. To have their life determined by the world around them? No, it's not it at all. We shape the world, not the other way around.
She looks in my eyes with overwhelming determination.
So let's shape it into something beautiful. A place where no one has to resort to being evil. I'm sure our parents were introduced to it somehow. It's not like they woke up one day just wanting to be pirates. Maybe it was their parents before them, or some close friends. I guess it doesn't matter, does it? We'll make the cycle end with us. And we'll start a new cycle. One of peace, happiness, and prosperity. One where our children can live full, happy lives.
The music slowly comes to an end, and everybody leaves the dance floor. Alessa watches for a while before speaking again, enjoying the moment.
When we get back to Museo, I want to see their old hideout. And I'd really like it if you'd come with me, Monarch. It'll give me a sense of closure, and let me move on. I never thought I'd learn more about our parents in this journey, and I'm even more surprised that it's a truth I never expected. But if I could go back and never learn it, well, I wouldn't. It gives me the drive to become a better person, and it really makes me appreciate everything I have, including you, Monarch. I could never do this alone.
She smiles and then examines the room.
I'll let you go and tend to some business, Monarch. I should probably talk to Fortum about this stuff too. He deserves to know about his parents just as much as us.
I nod and watch her as she slowly walks away. Only she could turn a horrible truth into such contagious optimism. She was right. We'd create a better world where no one had to be hurt. Now Alessa's loyalty scene is unlocked. It'll be available after the completion of Act 4. Let's listen in on Dominic and Pro before we do Dominic's Heart to Heart.
So, Pro, are you having a good time?
He says sarcastically.
Of course. All according to plan. I know Ulrich is mad, but he'll get over it. We can win this without either of us dying.
Yeah, just take out the leader, right? Ulrich is stubborn, though, so be careful. I think he might actually try to kill you.
I've been watching him spar for years. I'll be fine. I know exactly how he operates. The best weapon is knowledge, right?
You remembered my lessons.
How could I forget? It'll help me win this battle. I know it. Make sure to cheer me on, alright?
I think I'd like to remain silent, actually. I can't be taking sides at a time like this. As long as we get an alliance, I'm happy.
Oh, come on. Not even gonna clap for me. I'll remember that when you give another speech.
I think my days of giving speeches are over, Pro. That honor belongs to the monarch now. But I'm sure they'd say the same as me.
Man, I hate how neutral everybody is acting. Sometimes it's alright to take a side.
Well, it's not that I'm not taking a side. It's more like, I shouldn't gossip to you. You're a combatant. It'd affect your morale.
What an interesting way to tell me that you side with Ulrich. Sometimes not saying something tells me all I need to hear.
Now you're just putting words in my mouth. The only person I tell is the monarch.
Interesting.
What?
You're not the first person to unconditionally trust the monarch. Perhaps I could use that to my advantage in the future.
I think this is where I get back to the party. This whole scheming business isn't really for me, but I doubt the monarch would abuse their role for you.
You're probably right, Domek. They'd have to do it without knowing. Just imagine the swindling I could do.
So this is part of a plan, but Ulrich is not in on it? Man, what's gonna happen? I'm in that mode of rushing through things so I can see what happens next, but I'll take my time. Let's talk with Domek. I walk over to Domek as he's standing alone in the corner of the ballroom. He looks a bit awkward, like he knows he doesn't fit in, but I don't blame him. With the story he told me last time, I knew a crowded ballroom floor would find him.
Hey there, Monarch. I hope you're having a good time. I mean, given the circumstances, of course. I can imagine it's hard to have fun when you know what's coming. Actually, forget I said that. I don't want to ruin your experience. I'm just airing my own grievances. Forgive my venting.
I tell him it's fine, and then stand beside him. Together, we watch the patrons dance in the center of the room. They look like they're having the time of their lives, while we just stand here.
You know, I've been thinking. I faced death back in Mazeo, and I'll face it tomorrow. After that, I'll just go on to face it again when we attack Balteus. I could die tomorrow, or the next day, or the day after. So I keep asking myself, what should I do before I die? A lot comes to mind, but a few are very important to me. I want to go back to where it happened, Monarch. Back to the place where I spent the last moments with my mother. I've never been back there since I grabbed that pendant. I was scared. Just thinking about that place made it seem like it was happening all over again. I can't even imagine what would happen if I went back there for real, you know? It's easy to avoid since the town square is quite large, but I'm done avoiding things. I could have died back in those tunnels, Monarch. Something like that really puts things into perspective. If I die, I want to make sure I've lived life to the fullest. So that means there's a few things I'd like to do. Most importantly, I'd like to go back to where I lost my mother. I don't want that place to hold power over me. I want the power. You already know about some of my other fears too, but it'd be ill-mannered of me to request your help for those. So, about Mazeo, I'd just like a good friend to be by my side.
He blushes and shuffles in place. It was clear that he meant his fear of physical contact. I could help him with his Mazeo trip. I stopped to think about the rest.
Can you say something, Monarch? I don't know if I can handle such an awkward silence.
I enjoy every moment we spend together, even the silent ones.
Well, then I'll stop trying to fill the gap so much. But I'd expect a lot of silence if you help me out in Mazeo. Once I go back to that spot, I have no idea how I'll react.
He smiles, almost like a weight was lifted from his shoulders. It would be important for him to enter the final battle with a clear mind. When we got back to the mainland, there was no reason not to help him.
Well, that's pretty much all I had to say. I'll let you get back to whatever you were doing, unless there's anything else you had to say before you go?
Not really. Have a wonderful evening, Domek.
Of course, it was nice to chat with you. Come see me when we get back to the mainland. Hopefully we'll have time for some final errands. I'd hate to go right from here to Balteus. We need a final reprieve before we end all of this. No regrets. Just in case we don't survive the war.
He smiles. It was a grim thought, but a realistic one. If we made it to Balteus, we might not make it back home. I need to be content with everything I did up until that point. I leave his side and wandered back into the center of the ballroom. The hours were slowly passing by. I couldn't delay tomorrow's battle forever. That thought weighs heavy on my mind as I contemplate what to do next. That would be to listen in on Fortem and Howl.
Do we know how to throw parties or what?
Who do you mean by we?
Our people, like the Pure Ones. We're different civilizations, remember? Did the old monarchy party like this?
This line of questioning is pointless. Why do you wish to know such trivial information?
It's what friends do, Howl. Haven't you ever heard of hanging out? You just talk to each other about everything.
Well, the old monarchy did party. And to be honest, there isn't much difference. Do you see this as a sort of competition?
Not exactly. Well, maybe? It's always cool to know you have the most fun. Do you not compare yourself to other people?
That would be a waste of time. There is no benefit in being like other people. We simply wish to be ourselves, unique.
See? This is what friends do. They just talk. Keep going, Howl. Tell me what's on your mind. You don't need a specific topic or anything.
We would ask, why you consider us a friend? Does the world benefit from this conversation? Is there a purpose to this sort of interaction? Perhaps we should talk about the matter at hand. There is much to discuss about Vivian and Draku.
Nope, we can't talk about that. That's work stuff. We're here to unwind.
Another concept we do not understand. Every moment we waste, the enemy gets stronger.
It's not a waste, though. If our bond grows stronger, then so do we. It's important to get along with your comrades, Howl.
Very well. We will try. This party is an interesting experience. Are you having a good time, Fortem?
There we go. Now you're doing it right. Just a few more steps and you'll be ready to dance.
We would rather die.
Yeah, I would not get along well with a carrot with someone similar to Howl. Oh look, it's the traitor to Sovi. While the bodies swayed on the dance floor, Halen and Shane did a dance of their own. Weapons clashing, they sparred. It was time for Halen to put his new apprentice to the test. So far, it seems like their skill was equally matched, a deadlock of the best variety.
You put up more of a fight than Sovi ever did. Where did you learn techniques like that, Shane? It almost feels like you're the teacher in this scenario.
You pick up a lot of stuff on the streets of Mazeo. Back when I was younger, it was either fight or die. A lot of the rebels are just like me, so get used to it.
Let me guess, you all banded together after the occupation. That means if I learn your weakness, I learn theirs. A weak strategy. All sharing the same fighting style?
Well, now I know why you wanted to spar so soon, and here I thought you might be warming up to me.
Don't flatter yourself, Shane.
Then stop giving me reasons to.
The weapons clash again. Halen's sword with Shane's daggers. He had no problem being Halen's match with such small weapons. His agility and quick thinking was more than enough to counter raw strength.
I guess Sovi wasn't much of a fighter.
He used to be, but I could tell he always held back. There was doubt in his mind, and it clouded his judgment. I trusted it would go away, but you know what happened next.
Yeah, and he's paying for his mistakes. But you can trust me, Halen. I won't let you down. Remember what I did when we were in Mazeo.
You killed your former leader, your best friend. I don't need anything else from you, Shane. That proves your loyalty almost tenfold.
Good.
Shane sees his daggers, done with the sparring.
So what do you think Sovi will do next? I mean, he's no longer welcome in Balteus, right?
I saw him wandering the halls before he left. It's funny. He might actually try to seek out the blade. He was saying something about Alarinthia over and over.
What makes him think it'll be in Alarinthia?
Well, the rebellion will try its hardest to survive. After what we did, it makes sense that they'd flee the mainland. They can't come here, so the only other option is Alarinthia.
Makes sense when you put it that way. Maybe he can regain his honor after all. But I have to ask, why aren't we going?
The rebellion will come here eventually. We have the home advantage if we sit and wait. There's no way they can overpower our army.
That's smart. So we're really doing this. We're going to end the rebellion.
And any more that may come. I sense a bright future for us, Shane. And we'll do it all. For the Triumvirate.
Yeah, for the Triumvirate.
Well, they should have become fast friends. The dance floor is full of people swaying from side to side. Watching them celebrate with big smiles helps me relax. Even in this awful time, there could still be happiness. Looks like that's it. Yeah, let's make a new save. Wait, 40%? That added to my corruption? I'm really questioning the morale system in this game. It sounded like Vivian was a good choice, and well, I don't care. I'd rather be with Ulrich than fight him. Let's go to the private room. As soon as I get to my private quarters, I rest the blade beside the bed. It feels good to get that weight off my shoulders. Too bad the relief would be ephemeral. I sit down in the bed and think about what would be coming in the next few days. A tournament to decide the fate of Alarinthia, an alliance to help us attack Balteus. Not even a day or two after the Colosseum battle, we'd be sailing into the final battle. Would we win, or would we perish? The blade showed me nothing when I asked. I sit down on the bed and decide not to try using the blade again. The anxiety of not being able to know almost wasn't worth it. I was supposed to do what I wanted. Was I not strong enough? The blade was so mysterious, I'd probably never know. I lie down, having had enough of today's events. Things were crazy. Just when I think we get to relax, we're pushed into more conflict. But this conflict has clearly proven divisive among our team. Aren't all against each other? Vivian and Draco too. Perhaps this is a lesson that casualties are unavoidable. I close my eyes and hold on to a firm resolve in my heart. No, none of my comrades would die tomorrow. They'd survive. We were all survivors, and that's what we'd continue to do, forever. Instead of falling asleep, however, I find myself someplace familiar. It's the same locale I found myself in after falling asleep in Peregrino. This wasn't just some random dream. I had to be here for a purpose. All I knew is that this was the Triumvirate's chambers. There was no doubt in my mind, but why was I here? Not only once, but twice? There needed to be a reason. The blade weighs heavy on my back, and I slowly pull it out. I can sense that it's pulsating with energy, reacting to something. I noticed the idol at the back of their chambers. That's what it was. But why was the blade reacting to something like that? It doesn't look like any spirit idol I've ever seen. What is it? I feel a strong pull, almost like I have no choice but to approach it. I take slow, heavy steps towards the idol, and I feel eyes upon me. Not just one or two pairs. It's almost like all of Alestia is watching me. I can sense my comrades on my back, almost as if they're encouraging me. It helps me push forward, as I feel resistance emanating from the idol. Why would I feel such a strong pull to something that doesn't want me? I push through, in spite of that resistance, and continue to act instinctually.
Yes, fulfill your purpose. Do what you were meant to do.
That's the Triumvirate's voice. I remember it from last time I was here. I have no idea what they mean by my purpose. Still, I can't deny my instinct, and I keep pressing forward. It isn't much longer before I'm standing in front of the idol. It radiates pure malice and pure evil. It fills me with fright. I look down at my blade. Was I meant to destroy this? I'm confused as to why I'm doing what the Triumvirate tells me to. It's that conflict that causes this dream to end and jolt me awake. I rise up in fright, gripping my chest and panting heavily. I look over at the blade resting on my bedside. What happened? It feels as if no time passed at all, but it's already the next morning. Just what I needed, no rest before a massive battle. The fates were playing cruel tricks on me during this journey. But I had to keep going. I couldn't give in. It would be over soon. I stand up and strap the blade to my back. As if on cue, I hear a knock at the door before it's opened. Draco steps in, not seeming to care if I was receptive of him.
It's your turn, Monarch.
My turn?
We're transporting you to the Colosseum one by one. That way you're less inclined to try and escape us. You'll be the last one, so it's almost time to fight.
I nod. It all makes sense.
I'd advise not wasting much time, but head to the Colosseum when you're ready. You'll be followed by myself and a few guards. Oh, and good luck. You'll need it. The entire nation will be watching and cheering, but whether it's for your victory or demise remains to be seen.
He rests his back against the wall and crosses his arms. This is really happening. A battle to decide the nation's fate. Guess I'd head to the Colosseum when I was ready to fight. Oh, a book rests on the nightstand. It appears to be about Colosseum battles. Not regular ones, though, the leadership ones. The kind of battle I'd be fighting in today. I wonder if it was placed here on purpose. We did play into Draco's hand, after all.
The evolution of tournaments. Initially, rulers of Alarinthia were decided during a simple one-on-one battle, but citizens quickly realized that this was not the best way to gauge a potential ruler's true strength. They needed to add more. This is when the champion system came into play. Each fighter would elect a champion to fight by their side. This would not only test their offensive powers, but show how they handled defensive maneuvers as well. They'd have to fight their enemy and their enemy's champion while also protecting themselves and their champion. This made battles much more fun. Later on, the reserve forces came into play. Each leader would bring a force of about 20 or 30 men into battle with them. This was to make sure they knew how to lead an army efficiently as well. What started out as simple fights to the death have evolved into a full-on sport. Leaders must display their ability to fight, to defend, and to command an army. This ensures that Alarinthia is always in the best possible hands. Only the most competent warriors can win.
Alright, that's our lore for this part of the game. I'd go back to bed if it weren't so hot in this room. Oh, and I guess we also have a tournament to fight in. Heat pours in through the windows and makes it almost unbearable. Wasn't too bad last night, but now it's morning and I can feel the extreme heat. I'm glad that we won't be in this nation for much longer. I could never handle it. These look comfortable, but unfortunately I have no time to waste. I need to get to the Coliseum as soon as possible for the tournament. Yeah, let's get this over with so we can finally have our quality time with Ulrich. Here we are. I make my way to the Coliseum alongside Draco and some of his soldiers. It's a massive, towering structure, almost putting the castle to shame. It makes sense that it'd be bigger. Alaminthia was all about fighting.
Well, here we are. If you head on inside, you'll find your allies. After that, you'll all be escorted to a private room. You'll have a few moments to prepare once you're in there, but I'd say within the next hour or two, the battle will be over. They don't last very long if both sides have prepared enough.
He crosses his arms, looks at me dismissively.
You may wonder why I'm doing this, even though you sided against me. The answer to that is, it's in my nature to show my enemies some kindness. I do not kill in cold blood. I will mourn you and honor your memory, Monarch.
Chad. He's making it pretty hard for me to dislike him. A villain with honor. I like that a lot. I do plan on replaying the game and watching what happens when I make all the other choices. I'm gonna hate not signing with Ulrich, but I can't help it, I'm curious.
It is a noble thing to die for your beliefs. Perhaps your memory will inspire future generations. Generations that can go on to be killed, just like you.
He steps forward, looking at me dead in the eye.
I do not expect to lose to Vivian. I've killed far stronger men than him. Some would call you foolish for your choice.
With a smile, he lets out a soft laugh.
But I am not one of those people. As I said, I treat my enemies with kindness. You may have realized it, but that's why I held the ball. But the ball is over, so I must find another way to be kind. And that is showing you a swift, painless end in the Colosseum. You wish to die for your beliefs. It would be my honor to aid you.
After saying these harsh words, he enters the Colosseum. I have no choice but to follow him, as the guards block any avenue of escape. There was no way we'd lose. We have Ulrich on our side. He's a match for Draco. The Colosseum towers above me. It must fit thousands of spectators. From everything I've heard, every seat would be full when we started. I'm filled with anxiety and fright. Could I really perform under such scrutiny? Let's check in on Sobi. Sobi looks on at the ocean, watching the ripples and waves. He remains silent, attracting the suspicion of the captain. Approaching Sobi, he attempts to converse to pass the time.
It shouldn't be longer than a few more hours, but I have to ask, what brings you to Alarinthia?
It's probably better for you not to know. I don't want to involve people in my problems.
Involve away. What else are we going to do? You paid me tenfold to take you and you alone. How can you expect me not to question that?
I expect you to do the job you're paid for. Anything else is unnecessary. Don't you agree?
Look, the way I see it, we're friends here. If you need a ferryman back, I'd love to help you out. Treat me with a cold shoulder and you could get stranded.
Is that a threat?
Of course not. I'm just curious. Here, let's start with the basics. What kind of work do you do? You already know what I do for a living. Don't you think I deserve to know as a courtesy? I don't care if you're breaking the law or anything like that.
No, I'm not breaking the law. But honestly, I don't know how to answer your question. I guess you could say that I'm between things right now.
And why is that?
I thought it was time to seek out better opportunities.
In Alarinthia?
To be honest, I have no idea. I just know some people who might be there. Talking to them should get things on the right track.
And what line of work are you in?
I guess you could say I seek out information. Nothing pleases me greater than learning the truth. But the people I worked for were far less than honest.
Lied to by your bosses? Join the club. They'll do anything to save face and get their way. That's part of why I work on my own now. I get you.
Captain scoffs, surprised to add Sylvie's earlier hesitance.
Is that what you were so worried to open up about? Trust me, almost everybody knows what that's like. I hope your next opportunity is more fruitful.
I can only hope.
So what did they lie to you about?
Everything.
Then I can see why you'd run away.
Excuse me?
I just mean, it's totally understandable.
Sylvie steps towards the captain, clenching his fists. He brings himself face to face as if trying to intimidate.
I'm not running away. I'm doing what's right.
The captain matches his gaze, taking one step forward. He didn't give in to Sylvie's intimidation. He was an even match.
Sometimes running away is the right thing to do.
They stare at each other until Sylvie backs away. Something was different. Normally he would stand his ground, but he no longer served the Triumvirate. He had nothing to prove.
I'm sorry. You're right. I didn't mean to start something on your boat. Once we get to Alarinthia, you'll never see me again.
There's no need to go that far. Don't misunderstand me. I've got your back. You're not the only man who's run away, you know. Why else do you think I live at sea? Sometimes I don't set foot on land for weeks at a time. I prefer to be out here, where I live on my own terms. I'm free.
Free,
Yeah, there's no better way to live. Imagine not being shackled by higher-ups. You're fully capable of making your own decisions.
Sylvie sighs and looks down at the ground. It was his own decision that got him into this mess to begin with. But even though the Triumvirate wasn't pleased, he stood by his actions.
That would be wonderful. I've been a subordinate for my entire life. I think it's finally time that I carved my own path.
Redemption arc? Maybe. If Sylvie is on that path of redemption, I wonder how Oleg will take it. I enter the Colosseum and quickly scan the area for my friends. A massive flame burns in the center of the room, making the heat even worse. I wonder why they do something like that. This place confuses me sometimes. Draco is nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he's already in the private room. I notice Valessa, Fortem, and Hal standing far away from the flame. No sign of anybody else though. I decide to approach them and ask what's up. They turn to me and smile, while Hal shows the face of complete indifference.
I can't believe how cool this place is. Too bad I can't actually enjoy it. I'm super stressed. I'm really worried that we might lose somebody today.
Have we actually worked out who's fighting? I mean, which of our members are joining Draku's reserve forces? The leader and the champion we know, but what about everyone else?
Hal steps forward.
Ulrich fights with Vivian. Pro fights with Draco. Vivian's reserve forces are part of his own army. Draco's reserve forces will borrow from our army.
What?
We believe using the Monarch vessels would be the best idea. We wouldn't want to put any more of our main forces at risk. If we win, our allegiance will make this sacrifice worthwhile. It is unfortunate that we will have to kill our own, but we cannot change what Pro has set in motion. All we can do is try to focus on taking Draco's life.
He looks at me.
As for Valessa's question, the Monarch will fight among Vivian's reserve forces. It is important for the leader to fight for their beliefs. No delegation at times like this. This means that several of our key members will be put in harm's way. It may be impossible for us to avoid the loss of our reserve forces, but we may be able to win without losing any of our comrades. We must simply focus on the lives of Vivian and Draco.
He crosses his arms, speaking sternly. It was more of a demand than a request.
Do your best to kill Draco before any harm can come to Pro or Ulrich. We have the option to mitigate our losses, so we must take it.
No pressure or anything like that.
So you'll be safe, Hal? Along with myself and Fortum? What about Dominik? He ran off with Pro and Ulrich.
I suppose we'll find out. We should head to the private rooms and prepare. The battle will be starting in a matter of minutes.
Dominik ran off with both other champions? That's odd. I guess they've been close friends for a long time, though. Perhaps he just wants a chance to say goodbye to them. The odds of survival for everybody involved were less than stellar. But there was nothing we could do. Everything was put in place.
Let's go ask him ourselves, Monarch. This whole ordeal is kind of confusing. For a while, I was scared I'd have to fight.
Yeah, same. And I was really worried. But now I feel bad that I'm just going to watch. This whole situation is so messed up.
It is less than ideal, yes. But we cannot change our circumstances. Let us gather together for last-minute preparations. Only by preparing for the coming storm can we avoid tragedy. If we stand here any longer, the odds of losing our comrades will grow. Do not let the enemy get the upper hand. That has happened enough.
He points to a nearby staircase that must lead to the private room. Yeah, everything was happening so fast, I could use a few moments to plan. One last team huddle before the fight would help. We need to minimize our losses. We need to make it through this without losing Pro or Ulrich. If such a thing is even possible, then we'll find out how to do it. And if it's not, well, I honestly don't know what I'd do. I don't know what I'd do if I lost Ulrich. This door leads to the private rooms where we're supposed to prepare, but we wouldn't have much time to prepare, so we'd be fighting pretty soon. Can I use the Blade of Exodus in combat? Do they even know what it is? The flame burns super bright, and heat fills the entire room. I notice a bunch of paper burning in the base of the fire. A few people who walk by throw some more paper in.
What are they doing?
Oh yes, we read about this in a book. They write who they support on a piece of parchment. When they throw it in, the flame continues to burn.
So the flame is only burning during matches?
Yes, their desire for change is the catalyst. They light these flames with their hope for the future. It is anonymous too, so you can support whoever you wish. After the battle ends, the flame dwindles and turns to ash. A clean slate for the victor. That is what this symbolizes.
That's pretty cool. Want to get some parchment, Hal?
Sure, if you would like to partake, we can see if the victor lines up with our wishes.
I sure hope so.
This door leads to the private rooms where we're supposed to prepare, but we wouldn't have much time to prepare, so we'd be fighting pretty soon. Oh wait, I'm rereading what I read earlier. Howl's Heart to Heart 3. Let's do this before we go see the others. Hal stands in the middle of the Coliseum lobby, staring deep into the flames. It looks like he's lost in thought. He's whispering to himself, but I'm unable to discern his words. I take slow, cautious steps towards him, curious as to what he's doing. But, like always, he reacts before I can initiate the conversation.
We knew you'd be there, Monarch.
I take a few steps back and cross my arms. He turns to face me and looks into my eyes.
A few steps backward, as always. But away from what? Do you fear us? No, you mustn't. You still choose to talk with us. Join us, and we shall look into the flames together. Like our vision, it is always changing, never the same. We've thought about this a lot since we talked on the boat.
He turns back to the face of the flames, and I stand by his side. Together we look into the flames with the heat assailing us. It feels almost unbearable at first, but I soon get used to it.
I know what you're feeling, Monarch. We felt the same when our vision first went astray, but now we find ourselves asking, is it actually astray? Seeing both the future and the past, is it really bad? For example, we see Draco win the battle, but also Vivian. We see Pearl fall, and Ulrich fall. We even see a future where you fall. Instead of seeing only ahead, we see in every direction. It is almost like a natural evolution to the power we hold. If we can learn to control this, it would be a tremendous boon. The same goes for the visions of the past. Different outcomes, different information, secrets revealed. What if we could search these alternate paths for information? Let us look at the attack on the Rebel HQ in Mazio. Perhaps a past exists where Damak found out about it. Not useful now, but I think you see what we're suggesting.
It makes sense. He's seeing alternate versions of the past. Perhaps versions exist where information comes to light early. If he could learn to control this power, it would help us tremendously. For example, what if a past exists where we didn't bother with Alarinthia? He could search through memories of our attack on Balteus and glean information. Perhaps we've even made it far enough to learn the Triumvirate's true identity. But unless he could control this power, it would be useless to speculate. It hurts my head just to think about it, but I've seen alternate futures firsthand. I have to consider the possibility of alternate paths as well. It stands to reason. There was no real explanation for either, so both were oddities. The old monarchy had the power of visions, but where did they come from? Hal turns to face me, the flames illuminating his differently colored eyes.
We wish to try to master this ability before the final battle. If we can gain any useful information, it would aid our attack on Balteus, especially if it can help us uncover any traitors within our ranks.
Traitors?
The more we think about it, the more it makes sense. In the Rebel HQ, you were as lambs to the slaughter. The Triumvirate must have been tipped off somehow. Rest assured that if there is a traitor, we will find them. After that, their fate and punishment is yours to decide. It is unlikely that Shane is the only turncoat among you.
The thought fills me with fright.
Bro even walks along the path of disloyalty, siding with Draco. And making things more complicated, we will keep a closer eye on him. He's most suspicious.
I must admit, Pro's actions did confuse me. In fact, everybody in Alarinthia confused me. They treat this Coliseum business like afternoon tea. Like all of this death is just a daily occurrence for them. At least they kept them introverted. The Triumvirate would like that. Those focused on fighting themselves would be less inclined to rebel.
There is more to this story than we know. We hope that in the end, an alliance is formed. We would prefer to leave this nation as soon as possible. An endless cycle of death, creating strength. Each leader falls to someone stronger than themselves. Through death and sacrifice, Alarinthia gains power. We would prefer to gain power through other means. When you rule this world, Monarch, please consider this. Do not walk down a path similar to the Triumvirate. The occupation was a prime example of their nature. They kill others to gain strength, to ensure they rule. It would pain us to see you become like that. It truly would.
He stares at the sword on my back.
Because you may follow after them without even knowing it. For now, that is all we have to say. There are no other concerns. Next time we talk, perhaps more will have come to light. At least, we hope.
I step away, taking his hint. I can see how mastering his new business would be helpful. But if any traitors are revealed, that would be devastating. These were alternate paths, he said so himself. What if someone is a traitor only in some far-off past? We could end up punishing somebody innocent and loyal. His words were as cryptic as always, especially about cycles. I know I wield the Triumvirate's blade, but I am not like them. This cycle of death and tyranny would end by my hand alone. I look back over my shoulder, and he's still staring into the flames. Every time I talk to him, he tells me something new about his powers. As we approach our final battle, however, he'd be more rushed than ever. If there were any secrets to be learned, I trust that he could do it. But as always, a few major questions find themselves at the top of my list. Who was the Triumvirate? Why did they require purity? Are there any traitors? It seemed that hell would be the key to solving all of these mysteries and more. The power that he saw as a curse was now turning into a bountiful source of hope. How was the miracle of changing views? Your curses and your faults become strengths. And if there's anything that would carry us to victory, it would be finding that inner strength. Lots of dialogue. I think I need another break before we really get into the Coliseum stuff. So, I'm gonna get up and stretch. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I was giving my cat a little bit of attention while I was out and stretching. Alright, private room. The private room is small and cozy. One lone window provides a view of the arena. We're all able to fit inside without too much discomfort. Dominic seems to be mediating an argument between Ulrich and Pro. They look in my direction as I enter, but I quickly get back to business. Given the circumstances, it makes sense that Ulrich and Pro were at odds.
Stop being so stubborn, Ulrich! We can do this without killing each other. Just focus on the leader. That's all you need to do.
I don't think you heard me the first time. There's nothing I won't do to secure victory.
He takes heavy steps towards Pro, backing him up against the wall.
That means if I have to kill you, I will. And there's no way you're going to convince me otherwise. The future of my nation is at stake. Your life means nothing to me.
He steps away, having made his point. Dominic interferes, getting in the way of Ulrich.
Look, we can figure something out. There's no need for either of you to die. I'll be fighting down there too, so...
Ulrich quickly cuts him off.
Stop controlling everything, Dominic. This isn't even your army anymore. You need to start acting that way.
But...
No, this army belongs to the Monarch. He's the one that will be fighting down there. Besides, planning like that is against the rules. It's a fight to the death, no matter what. Conspiring to prevent that displays a lack of honor. I may want to overthrow this tradition, but I won't mock it.
He tilts his head towards Draku, who stands in the corner of the room.
Mutual respect. That wasn't something I expected, Ulrich. There's nothing I enjoy more than an honorable opponent. It almost makes up for the attempted crashing my ball.
He smirks, a sinister look on his face.
But it doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Where is Vivian, by the way? Did he run?
No, he's in a separate room. Something about meditating before the fight. I'd leave him be until it's time to do this. Speaking of which, may I request some time with my comrades? If the battle is starting soon, then some farewells may be in order.
He looks at Pro as if his words were some sort of threat.
Of course. I didn't mean to intrude. As soon as you're ready, we will begin. I'll be in the lobby while I wait for you all.
Soon after, we're left alone, just me and my comrades. A tense feeling permeates the air. Things were different now. Even if Ulrich and Pro survived, a rift had grown among our ranks. And at this point in time, I'm unsure if we could mend it. I gulp as I wait in silence and wait for someone to speak. It's Pro. He seems to be acting pretty sensible right now.
Okay, so let's go over this situation before the fight begins. We need to make sure we understand exactly what's going down. The upcoming alliance will ensure our attack on Balteus hits hard. I'm fighting alongside Draku as his champion. The fight is over if either him or myself fall in combat. Our reserve forces will consist of the Monarch vessels. On the other hand, Ulrich is fighting alongside Vivian as his champion. The Monarch will fight in Vivian's reserve forces alongside his army. It may not be as strong as Draku's, but Vivian isn't about strength. If Draku wins, the nation will stay exactly the same. But if Vivian wins, he will lead Alarinthia in a new direction. Hopefully, one that allies itself with the new monarchy.
Pro crosses his arms.
Someone will die here today. Either Vivian, Draku, myself, or Ulrich. But these deaths will not be in vain. They will give our army incredible strength. Their lives will help us reshape this world. Or mine. I'm ready to die for this too. We wouldn't stand a chance if we attacked Balteus on our own. An alliance is necessary, and this is the best way we can get it. One life taken here today is worth it to change all of Alestia. To finally take this world back from the Triumvirate, you must simply hope that the Monarch made the right choice. If there even is a right choice in this type of situation. For example, our allegiance with Vivian isn't guaranteed. If Draco wins, he won't offer us his men. We sided against him. That's a good possibility, given his reputation in the Colosseum.
Pro is really taking charge here. It's impressive.
That about sums it up. Me, Ulrich, and the Monarch need to go to the arena. Everyone else will be given seats to watch us fight. If this is the last time I see you all, then goodbye. It was an honor serving you and fighting for freedom. I can only hope that you gain that freedom in the end.
He stops talking and stands in the corner of the room, saying nothing. Melissa and Fortin are nodding as they understand the situation. I can tell they were confused before, so his explanation definitely helped.
I don't have much to say. I just wanted to get rid of Dracu. I'm not very good at farewells either, so I won't waste your time. Good luck in the future, all of you. I hope to see you again.
He gives us all a slight bow before retreating into another corner. This leaves me with Hal, Dominic, Melissa, and Fortim.
The Monarch vessels are already waiting by the arena. I'll take everyone to our seats so we can watch you fight. I guess it's on you now, Monarch. Head to the arena.
Do you really need to rush into it like this? Can't you take some time to prepare and train?
That would be impossible. Alarinthia takes these battles very seriously. Delaying it would insult the honor of all participants.
Screw honor then! I'm not ready to say goodbye just yet. There's still so much we need to do.
I shake my head. There's no point trying to delay this. Whatever happened, happened. I wouldn't be the tipping point.
Then don't say goodbye. Simply hope that he survives this battle. Cheer him on from the sidelines. Support him.
I guess that's all we can really do. Things will work out for the best. I know it. We're due for some good luck by now. Should we go take our seats?
Yeah, we probably should. Monarch? Good luck.
Thank you. He smiles at me before leaving the room. I guess not odd treating this as a goodbye helped them. It made them feel like they'd be seeing us all again. I wish I could guarantee that, I really do. Melissa, Fortim, and Hal soon follow suit. I'm locked here with Ulrich and Pro. They're silent. There's no point in bickering at the gates of death. Perhaps they've simply accepted what's coming. This battle would start when I went to the arena. The battle that decided the fate of a nation. And by extension, the fate of our entire world. This is the first time I felt the weight of my role. I'm the Monarch. I'm shaping a world that I'll go on to rule. That is, if I survive the battle in the Colosseum and in Balteus. It was time to take charge. I'd go to the arena and end this. Whether I lived or died, I'd make my mark upon this world. Pro's heart to heart. I approach Pro, who remains standing in the corner of the room. Looks like he's scared or nervous, but that's understandable. In mere moments, we'd be fighting for the future of our army. A few moments after my steps come to an end, Pro looks at me. Sorrow appears on his face, and it looks like he's filled with regret.
Look, I'm sorry for making things complicated. I've been getting looks from everybody. They hate me. I put my life at risk and foolishly offered our own army. We need that army for our final attack on Balteus. Everybody thinks I've condemned us to death, but it's not true. This situation is super complicated and their vision is so narrow. I wish this didn't have to happen right now, especially after we've been growing closer as friends. I'm guessing that this is it for our friendship, isn't it?
course not. I forgive you, Pro.
Wait, seriously? Thank you. Oh, I was so scared you'd cut things off. I really value our bond, Monarch. I swear. You sided with Vivian, so this was a total gamble. It's good to know that we can endure a difference in opinion. Ulrich wasn't giving me the same courtesy. I think he'd even kill me. But I guess I can understand why he'd do that. This isn't just about an alliance to him. This is his home. He wants to change it for the better, like we all do with Alestia. I know this whole situation is really confusing. To be honest, I don't even know every little detail. But as long as we all trust each other, it'll work out.
He takes a few steps, closing the distance between us. His eyes are filled with hope now, a stark contrast to moments ago.
Thank you so much, Monarch. I know there isn't much time, so we need to get going. But that's all I needed to talk about. I'm good to go. After this battle, we'll have a long chat. There's so much I need to tell you, but I just can't right now. I promise that at the end of the day, this will all make sense.
He smiles and makes his way out of the room. I guess it was time. The fight would finally begin. I'm glad that my bond with Pro could remain intact. And now we have Pro's loyalty seen. I need to make another save. There. There's a book and a sword sitting here. Between the two, a small dagger rests there. I go to touch it, but Pro quickly stops me.
Hey, don't touch that! It's mine! I plan to use it during the upcoming battle. Never touch a weapon that's not your own.
I apologize and set my sights to the book. It seems to be about the Grand Library in Balteus. Why was it there? Was somebody studying it?
The Grand Library. Located in Balteus, the Grand Library is something of an anomaly. While many say it contains literature about Alestia's entire history, nobody has ever actually set foot inside. Rumors of a mysterious man tending to the books are rampant. Could such a collection really be under the watch of one individual? Furthermore, what are the books actually about? Members of the Triumvirate's Honor Guard ensure that nobody but this mystery man enters the library. But who could he be? Just what is the Triumvirate protecting?
A window overlooks the entire arena. The seats are all full and people are talking. I can't believe so many people would be watching us. I'm so nervous about all of this. We gotta do it. Oh. You know what? I'm not waiting another day. We're doing this now. I head to the lobby with Ulrich and Pro behind me. Our comrades are there, and they immediately turn and stare. An odd aura fills the air, but this definitely is an odd situation. Vivian stands on one side of the room, and Draco stands on another. Ulrich follows me as I take slow steps towards Vivian, my ally in this battle. If I wanted to win, I had to ensure that him and Ulrich stayed alive.
So it's finally going to happen. I've been dreaming about this day for a long time. Do your best out there, Monarch. I've got your back. Of course, I have heard rumors about that blade you're carrying. So if you don't mind, I might choose to lean on you for support too. If we all take care of each other, then we'll be unstoppable for sure.
I nod, since he's right.
We need to make our way to the other side of the Colosseum. Both groups start on opposite ends and meet in the middle. That's where all the chaos ensues. It'll be pretty hectic.
I'm counting on it. It's been ages since I've seen a real battle. Do your best to stay out of danger, Monarch. Leave this to us. There's no need for you to risk your life unless you need to. Our targets are Draco and Pro. We should do our best to avoid senseless casualties. Vivian's reign should begin with as little bloodshed as possible.
I nod and watch as Vivian and Ulrich shake hands.
It's a bit of a walk, so let's get started. The battle will start in a few minutes, so we need to be there. Some leader I'd be if I showed up late to my home fight.
He smiles, and we break our huddle. I follow him as we make our way to the gates. The weight on my shoulders is immense and frightening. I notice Dracorum make his way to my side. He looks me up and down, staring at my blade.
Look, I don't know if what they told me was true, but if that blade is some sort of ancient relic, don't showboat. Anything other than strength and strategy will be seen as cheating. That blade may have powers to help you out in Maltius, but not here. Do your best to blend in as a regular combatant, all right? I don't want you putting Vivian in jeopardy out there.
I shrug, since I don't really have a say in the matter. I suppose the powers of the blade were pretty much cheating. A sworn battle would do little to prove Vivian's credibility. What? Did you have something to say there? After a trek that seems like forever, we're at our gates. They shut tight, and I can see another set across from this one. Yeah, he had nothing to say. I guess that was a bug they overlooked. Oh, a glitch. At the other end of the arena, our opponents were reigning, just like us. I look over at my allies and gulp. The crowd is roaring with excitement. Our lives were simply entertainment to them.
Remember, we're fighting for a better future.
Our hopes and dreams will carry us to victory, I know it. Of course, Ulrich's sword arm will sure be a big help.
No need to put on the pressure, Vivian. But I know you're right. This is all I've ever wanted. And with you two by my side, I know I'll never fail.
He smiles, but that smile is quickly wiped from his face. The gates begin to open, giving us a clear view of the arena. Oops. Meant to do this. We take a few steps outside of the gates and look around. The crowd goes wild, and that's when all hell breaks loose. The reserve forces rush to the center to create a line of defense.
Stay back, Monarch. Let me and Vivian lead the charge.
Yeah, just make sure to stay out of danger. We can't have our future ruler falling in battle.
Now!
I stand back as instructed and let them lead the charge. After a few minutes, everybody meets in the center. All I hear is clashing metal and agonizing screams. It's an absolute massacre. Just like... I gasp and take a few steps back, anxiety coursing through me. Feels like I'm right back in the Rebel HQ. Everybody is dying. I clench my chest and start to panic in the arena, my breath short. What's going on? This has never happened before. I can't escape this. It feels like it's happening all over again. I shake my head, but nothing helps. I need it to stop.
Hey, Monarch. Are you okay?
I'm unable to respond as enemy soldiers close in on me. Draco's reserve forces, our own men, are coming to attack me. Or were they? I had no idea if they'd actually follow through. And thanks to a sudden interruption, I never find out.
Monarch!
Ulrich rushes to my side and pushes me on the ground. I hit the floor with a loud thud, and I'm knocked back into coherence. However, this did little else but redirect the attention to him. With almost a dozen men charging towards him, he stands his ground, Unsheathing his sword, he sizes up the oncoming attackers. One single swing later, they're all knocked to the ground. It seems he's shown them mercy as they squirm on the ground, injured. Not sure what he was calculating, but that was impressive. It's almost like he knew exactly where to swing for maximum effect. It hurts me to see him harm our own, but there was no other choice.
Forgive me, Monarch. It was either them or you. I had to make a decision. Give me your hand. We need to keep things moving.
I nod and grab his hand. He helps me back on my feet. I have no idea what just happened. Was that a vision or something else? No, there was no time to think about that. We had a battle to focus on. And it was a battle that we were winning. We pushed the opposing forces back towards their side. After a few minutes of battle, they almost backed into our corner. We had them where we wanted them, or did we?
No!
Just when we think we had the upper hand, Draco plays his trump card. His forces spread out and quickly run around our flanks surrounding us. We weren't quick enough to react. We were all too close together.
Stay close, Monarch! This must be what Draco was counting on. If we can break free, then victory is surely ours.
They take slow, synchronized steps towards us. We all look for a weakness, but can't find any. In a few minutes, they'd close in on us.
The strategy, it seems desperate. That means he doesn't have anything else up his sleeve. Get us out of this, Monarch. Use that blade if you have to.
They raise their blades and ready themselves to attack. They still fall away, but it's enough to intimidate us. I reach for my own weapon in response and unsheath it. I take slow steps forward, matching their synchronization. They stare at me, confused, and some of them even scoff at me. This was my chance to shine. I have to save us all from this trap. Gripping the blade tightly, I try to figure out how to activate it. As if sensing my instinct, the gear on the base starts to spin feverishly. I raise it up in the air and demand that the blade assist us in battle. Immediately after that, a flash of white light overtakes the arena. Just like every other time the blade has been used, as if that's its call. However, this flash of white light subsides almost as soon as it began. It seems to leave everybody in the arena blinded. They stagger back, waving their hands over their eyes, unable to see. In their confusion, they step back, revealing a gap in their formation. And that gap is exactly where Draco now stands. With my comrades also blinded, it might just be up to me. I grip the blade and watch Draco panic in his side-robbed state. The crowd goes silent, almost in awe at what's going on. All eyes are on me. They know I used my blade to do this. I gulp, unsure if I should attack or wait for their sight to return. I don't want them to think I'm a coward who needs to disarm their foes. So many people watching, I need to consider what image I give off. I would be in the highest seat of power after this war. I need to think. What should I do? We're gonna wait for the blindness to subside and fight back as a team. I couldn't rely on the blade to win this battle. It was cheating. Breaking through this attack was enough to put us back on equal ground. That's all we needed to win. We wouldn't get caught off guard again. I prepare to seize my blade, but then everything changes. I feel a grip on my shoulder, preventing me from moving at all. Turning to face the source of the intrusion, I tremble in fright. It was Ulrich?
Sorry. I can't have you getting in the way. I have to do this, Monarch. Please forgive me.
The grip on my shoulder tightens into something more crushing. His aggression is clear, and for the first time, I'm frightened by him. He holds up his blade and repositions his hand to use the base as a weapon. And he smashes it against my face repeatedly? What are you doing? What are you doing? Ulrich! I scream and fall to my knees. Blood pours from my nose. My vision gets hazy, and soon I fall to the ground completely. Looking at the gap in the enemy forces, I see Pro step through. He holds a dagger out at Ulrich, who holds out his blade in turn. The light still blinds most of the other fighters, making this a one-on-one battle. I reach out and try to stop them, but it's no use. They immediately charge at one another. Pain radiates through my entire body, and I'm almost unable to focus. The weapons clash, again and again, and I finally see Pro fight. He dodges with grace, almost like watching the moves of a dancer.
Give it up, Pro. This is what I was meant to do. Changing Alarinthia means everything to me.
I can't let you win, Ulrich! We need Draku's strength to take down the Triumvirate! You can always come back and change things after the war!
Never!
They continue to fight, ignoring each other's pleas. But they'd have to do something quick. The other soldiers are shaking things off. I keep trying to crawl towards them. The battle was with Vivian and Draku, not each other.
Are you really willing to die for this? Think about what Draku can help us accomplish!
If the choice is between fighting alongside Draku and death, then yeah, I'm willing to die for this, Pro. But I have to ask, are you willing to kill me in the name of my enemy?
Yes, of course!
He looks nervous, like Ulrich is calling out a bluff. He takes slow, intimidating steps towards Pro. In response, Pro starts to panic and step back.
If you're willing to kill me, then do it! Show me that our friendship means nothing to you!
But we're family!
Looks like Pro is about to cry.
No, that's just an excuse you made up.
Why are you saying this?
Because I don't believe you're willing to kill me. But I stand here, ready to kill you at a moment's notice. That need for friends and family to be loved, that's your weakness. All I've ever wanted was to change this nation for the better. You, Tomek, the Monarch, you're worth less than pawns to me. So I'll give you one chance to kill me. Take my life, or lose yours.
How can you say that?
Ulrich, stop!
In response, Ulrich readies his blade and steps closer to Pro. There's nothing I can do anymore. I'm practically choking on my own blood. Any weak cries I emit would be easily overtaken by the chatter of our audience. A chatter that soon turns to roaring applause. Pro lunges forward to attack Ulrich, but he quickly counters. Gripping Pro's arm, he quickly seizes the dagger for himself.
So that's the way it is, huh? You're a fool, Pro. Always were.
Throwing his own great sword on the ground, he stares in Pro's eyes. Pro trembles in fear, realizing he played right into Ulrich's hand. He dodges Pro's erratic attack, rather than launching his own.
Ulrich! Let me go!
As he holds Pro firmly in place, he closes his eyes.
Sorry it had to come to this, but know that your death will create a better nation. And hopefully, that will lead us all to a better world.
No, no, this can't be happening. He plunges the dagger into Pro's gun multiple times. The look on their faces reminds me of Shane and Tomek. Something tells me that Pro wouldn't be as lucky. I can hear him cry and whimper as he falls to the ground.
Looks like you were finally good for something.
It's the last thing I can remember. It's coming to grief and agony. I slowly pass out. The crowd goes wild as the soldiers finally overcome their blindness. They're greeted to the side of a victor. I only see a man who lost. An empty victory, and one we would surely never fully recover from. Crying at a loss, my vision fades as I lie in a puddle of my own blood. Is this really happening? Please. Please, no. Where's the gotcha? Please. Please, let us all be one twisted joke. My eyes slowly open, and I find myself back in the Coliseum private chambers. Pain radiates throughout my head, pulsing with my heartbeat. It's almost unbearable. I notice some empty vials on the nightstand, and an odd taste in my mouth. Painkillers. Unless I avoid him sit on chairs beside the bed, watching me intently.
He's waking up.
Autumn immediately rises from his chair and runs over to me. The worry on his face is clear, and everybody breathes a sigh of relief. That is, except for Ulrich. He stands in the corner of the room, with his arms crossed. After what he just did, I'm not surprised that he acts distant.
We were so worried, Monarch. We didn't know if you'd recover. Ulrich did some damage. Your nose is broken, but if you give it time, you'll be totally fine.
Upon hearing this, Ulrich rolls his eyes? I can't believe it, but Pro was dead. Ulrich killed him. Our alliance with Vivian was secured. Was it worth it? That's not a question I could possibly answer. On one hand, that sacrifice could ensure the safety of millions. But we were comrades. Once complicated things during a time of war. There was no time to grieve either. We needed to prepare for Balteus. I let my legs dangle off the bed and find their place on the warm stone floor. I could sense the denial in the air. Nobody wanted to talk about what just happened.
So, what's the next step?
Dominic enters the conversation.
With our alliance finalized, we need to head back to Mazeo. After some swift preparation, we'll launch the assault on Balteus. This is it. We've come away from this with more soldiers than ever.
Hal steps forward and enters the conversation as well.
The Triumvirate would not expect us to recover this quickly, but here we stand, stronger than ever before. We can win this war. We would advise not mulling over this sacrifice. It secured us victory.
Yeah, Pro may have not sided with Vivian, but he sided with us. We're still going to secure the future he was fighting for. Alestia's future. He was a dear friend, and this loss will give me more power, more resolve.
A good outlook. Wasting time to mourn could cost us this entire war. We must make our way to the docks and meet with Vivian. Focus on the things that are within our control, Monarch.
I nod. Suggestion born from denial, no doubt. However, despite its origins, it was a good idea. We still have business to take care of, no matter what. I stand up, getting out of bed, and everyone looks worried. They brace themselves to catch me, in case I were to fall over. I stumble slightly, but I'm fine. I think I was ready to get things moving.
So, should we just start walking to the docks? Let's make sure to stock up on lots of water. The journey back isn't going to be any easier.
He gets ready to leave before Tim interjects.
Whoa, hold on a second here. Before we go, I have a question to ask.
He looks over at Ulrich, who exchanges an awkward glance.
Ulrich, why did you do this? You could have waited and went after Draku!
Without a single word, Ulrich shakes his head and walks out of the room.
Hey! I asked you a question, you coward!
It's no use. He's already long gone. Luckily to the docks, as I know he wouldn't abandon us. As bad as his actions were, he still seems to serve our cause.
For Tim.
I know we have an alliance or whatever, but who cares? We lost one of our friends. Why is nobody even sad?
We'll have plenty of time to grieve after this war is over. We've lost plenty, and I'm sure we'll be losing even more, but if we give up and mope around, we'll lose everything. We're not forgetting about him, Fortin. We just have more important things to focus on. Let's get to the docks. We can talk more on the trip home.
That's part of the problem, Valessa. I don't even know what home is anymore. It was Valenorth and then Mazeo, but everything around us is getting destroyed. And I thought home was being with our friends. But now they're dying, Valessa.
Nobody knows how to respond to Fortem's words. An awkward silence fills the room. He gets the idea.
Fine. Forget I even said anything. But we were betrayed, plain and simple, by one of our own. It may have gotten us an alliance, but it's still a betrayal. And in my books, people like that deserve to be punished. So you can push this aside or whatever, but I won't. This is a crime that needs to be answered for.
After saying that, he storms out of the room. I suppose he was right, but it's really not that simple. There's no point in arguing, however, so we all start to leave.
Well, I guess maybe venting like that could help. Let's just get it out of the way while we're walking, alright? Every moment we waste makes our enemy more prepared.
Everybody seems to agree, and we all shuffle out of the room. Sobbing as along and Audrey's journey back to the docks. However, instead of hope, this trek would be filled with a feeling of despair. Our entire party remains in silence until we arrive at the oasis. Having gone through all of our water, we needed to fill up immediately. All sweating, clearly exhausted by our journey through the desert.
Well, it's time for a brief break. Let's get some water and then head back to the docks. If I remember correctly, this means we're halfway there.
We all nod and start filling up our canteens with water. But while I do, I pay attention to what's going on around me. Oleg makes sure he's standing beside Fortem while he fills up on water. Fortem notices this and seems visibly angry. It's totally understandable, though.
What do you want?
I just wanted to apologize, Fortem. You'll understand soon. I had no other choice.
There's no way you're sorry, Ulrich. I saw no hint of remorse on your face when you killed him. And even now that you're apologizing, you don't look sad at all.
That's not true. I'm being serious here.
Well, so am I. Just leave me alone, Ulrich. We'd all be better off without you.
Oleg takes a step back, hurt by Fortem's words. He wasn't sad before, then he definitely is now.
Fine.
He walks away from Fortem, considering the conversation over. As harsh as Fortem was, almost everybody has been treating him with disdain since the battle ended. After we're all done gathering water, Fortem approaches me. He looks so conflicted. After all, he's the only one being vocal about this situation. Especially after his outburst just now. He's starting to wonder if he's being too emotional.
Come on, Monarch. You have my back in this, right? What happened was way out of line. I know that everybody is focusing on the war right now, but I can't do that. This is just too much to take in. What should I do? Are you going to forgive this?
I don't know what to think right now.
Maybe I'm just processing this faster than anybody else. I know it's hard because of how close we all are. But a crime is a crime. Plain and simple. Friends shouldn't get a free pass to commit atrocities. I don't care if other people forgive him. I never could. He needs to be punished, like any other criminal.
I shrug, unsure of how to respond to that last part. You didn't kill a comrade, but it secured us a powerful alliance. I have to wonder if such actions cancel each other out. One life gave us all the power we need to win this war. But at the same time, is it right to reduce a life to something like that? A bargaining chip on some sort of table containing all of her lives? This is something we'd have to talk about as an entire group. I may be in charge, but this affected everybody, not just me. That's what I let Fortum know. It's the only right way to handle this.
Alright. But just take my advice. Don't do it while everybody is still in shock. Let them process these events and form an opinion.
I nod, and it seems like we're all ready to continue. As we're halfway to the docks, we have a long time to think. Something tells me no time in the world would let us sort this out. My head throbs as the painkillers started to wear off around the oasis. My coherence fades in and out, though my body still moves. I'm barely conscious. Before I knew it, we're all back at the docks. However, I didn't miss anything of note. What slowly took a portion of the entire day seemed like mere moments to me. Our group scatters out, but not too far. We're all within earshot of each other. I notice our new ally is waiting by the ship. Nama quickly approaches him.
Vivian, there you are. How does it feel to be the one in power?
It's hard to believe, actually. I expect that it'll set in after the upcoming battle. I'm a man of my word, so I need to help you out first.
Wait, don't tell me you're coming with us. Don't you have things to take care of over here?
It's nothing that can't wait a few days. The attack is happening pretty soon, right? I can leave things in the hands of a few friends for now.
Fair enough, and yeah, you're right. We plan to launch the attack within a day or two. Once we get to Museo, we need to take care of business. I mean, final goodbyes and stuff like that. After we leave for Balteus, we might never return. We need to make sure that we leave with no regrets.
Have a little faith, Domik. If anybody can take down those gods, it's us. We just overthrew an entire nation. I think that's a good sign.
At that moment, we're interrupted by the last person I never thought I'd see.
Gods? Don't make me laugh. You know just as well as I do that they're weak, like us. The true power rests with the one who can wield that blade.
Oh, great. We all stop what we're doing and look towards the source of the noise.
Terribly sorry to intrude, but I need to have a word with the monarch. If you'd be so kind as to give us some privacy, I'd be forever grateful.
We're already dealing with enough, so we immediately assume a battle stance. Pride quickly overtakes the air. This was bad. I'm not sure who remembers him from the Rebel HQ. I'm not sure if all of my comrades have seen him before. But they heed my warning and assume stance is similar to mine.
A hostile greeting. I don't blame you. You're only treating me the way I treated you.
He takes a few steps forward, and I do so as well. I notice that he looks at Domik, the man that he thought was dead. Enough emotion shows on his otherwise cold face as he does this.
So after this hostility, I expect mercy. Remember, if it weren't for me, you'd be dead.
He merely gets on his knees and holds out his wrists.
I submit to your authority. Restrain me any way you wish. I only want to talk. When you get back to Museo, we can go our separate ways.
I'm shocked by his actions. I expected another fight to ensue. I look around at my comrades, unsure what to do in this situation. It was clearly a trap, right? What business would he have with us?
Vivian, restrain this man immediately. Take him to the brig and make sure he can't escape. He's unarmed and alone, so do it before he starts anything.
Vivian does as instructed, as Ulrich takes matters into his own hands. It was probably for the best. He seemed to know Sylvie better than any of us. Sylvie had no allies present, and no honor guard soldiers. By now, he was weak.
Once we set sail, come and talk to me, Monarch. I have some information that you might want to hear, including the true identity of the mole among your forces.
He's dragged away with what I interpret as a sinister smirk. It's likely that he couldn't be trusted. That's obviously psychological warfare. Turns us against our own friends and we destroy each other from the inside. An obvious attempt to sabotage our impending attack on Balteus. But if we restrained him and kept watch on him, we'd have a valuable asset. Triumvirate's own Grand Inquisitor would make a fine bargaining chip.
Sorry about that, but we need to get out of here and fast. If we stay in Alarenthia any longer, they might figure us out. And Sylvie definitely can't hear what I'm about to tell you.
Figure us out? What does he mean? There's worry and paranoia on Ulrich's face.
Come closer, everybody. I'm afraid that I've been keeping a secret from all of you. But it's not just me. Hold on a second. You'll see what I mean.
You already killed one of our allies, so go ahead. Pour all the secrets you've been keeping to us this whole time. This isn't the first time I've been betrayed by someone I was really good friends with. We look around, clueless as to what he's talking about. But following his instruction, we all inch our way towards him. He tilts his head to the side, looking behind one of the nearby trees. What happens next leaves all of us speechless, in utter shock.
You can come out now.
And then from behind a group of trees steps out a man. They have a cloak covering their body, as they slowly droop to the ground.
Oh, man. There's nothing I hate more than hiding. Sorry for worrying all of you, but we had to do it.
Oh, thank goodness! Oh, God! He's alive! Oh, thank God! Oh. Bro and Ulrich high five and then give each other a tight embrace.
Yeah, I'm not the best actor, you know. I think people were starting to see through our lies.
Not the best actor? Are you kidding me? Ulrich, you could win an Emmy for that at acting. Before Pro could do anything else, he's bombarded with hugs from our comrades. The man they thought was killed in cold blood now stands before them. I'm shocked, confused, but also very relieved.
Hey, come on, cut it out. It's enough to know you missed me. But we really need to get going. Fast.
Yeah, if they find out we cheated, we're done for. I know you want an explanation, so let's talk about it on the ship. We should set sail right away so nobody catches on to us.
Yeah, let's go. Tomek, what?
Wait, you cheated? How are we going to break this news to our new partner? If they find out, they might just break off our alliance.
It worked out in their benefit, so I doubt they'd care. Let's get going. We'll explain the story on our way home.
I'm so confused.
Don't worry about it, Domek. We made it out of this without any casualties, really. A few members of the reserve forces died, but that's it. Thankfully, none of the Monarch vessels fell in combat. We have more strength than ever before. That's what matters. Attacking Balteus will be as easy as the snap of a finger.
All right, then, I trust you. But you better have a good explanation for this. Let's get going, everybody. We have a long voyage home.
Domek, Ulrich, and Pro all get on the ship. I start to walk over with Hal, Valessa, and Fortem. They seem happy, but just as confused as I am.
Cheating is not something we agree with. Such tactics are what our current enemy employs. This journey seems to be changing all of your values.
But he's still alive. That's great news. I was really freaking out. I didn't know what to do. Don't tell me you think it would be better if he was dead.
Vortem, you owe Oleg an apology.
Maybe. Means to an end, we suppose. The enemy likely thinks the same way.
With that, he walks away and gets on the ship. Alessa and Vortem both turn to me, happy.
Let's go find out what they have to say. I'm also curious about that other man we restrained. There's so much going on right now, I can barely think.
Yeah, I want to figure everything out. I was worried we'd be attacking Balteus without all of our friends. But to know he's still alive? I can't even begin to describe the relief.
We make our way to the deck of the ship, but Valessa's words stick with me. Everything was moving so fast, I almost didn't know what was going on. Thankfully, we had a long trip home to get everything figured out. That was my goal. We get back to Mazeo with no questions left unanswered. No matter how shocking the answers were, or whether or not I regretted learning them, we seemed to be running on everybody's agenda but my own. Everybody had their own plans. Turning the tables. It was time for that to change. I am so relieved. If Pro seriously died, then my faith in Ulrich would have been very stricken. Man, I honestly would not have wanted to continue being his mate. Unless... actually, depending on what he would have told me in that loyalty scene, I would have struggled to forgive him or not. Oh man. When we all get onto the ship, it starts to set sail within moments. It seems that Ulrich and Pro want to expedite our departure from Alarinthia. They continue to look at us with smiles on their faces. Themselves, they had succeeded. But in what exactly? That's what I demanded to know as I stepped forward. If I was in charge, I couldn't have them plotting behind my back. How about you two? Why did you pull this whole charade? Everybody gathers around to listen as our ship gently rocks back and forth. Though relieved that there were no real casualties, we needed to know what we got into. If they wanted to leave so fast, was it so bad that we could never come back to Alarinthia?
Whoa, it's not that bad, trust me. But it's definitely the biggest score of my life. I mean, swindle an entire nation? Amazing!
He continues talking, his pride apparent.
It all started after the attack on our HQ. Domek cheated death, and we rose from the ashes. Then, we were going to Alarinthia, where I knew we'd be fighting. So I thought, what if we could cheat death again, but to our advantage? There was so much room for error that we stepped in to even the odds. I knew that Ulrich would side with Vivian regardless, so I went to him.
I didn't want to work with Pro at first. It seemed like a plan doomed to failure. Could we really cheat an entire nation, right in front of their own eyes? Obviously, it sounds impossible, but Pro was pretty insistent. He came up with a solid plan. I'd fight with Vivian, and he'd fight with Draku. If we were both on opposing teams, we could throw the battle in any direction. So that's what we did. We ensured victory for the side the Monarch chose.
It was easy enough to manipulate Draku. I mean, he thought he was the one manipulating us. But it was my plan all along to fight by his side. After that, all we needed was this.
Hazel holds up a dagger, the same one he used from the Colosseum. Stabbing it through his hand? That was when the true nature of the weapon was revealed. Rather than piercing his hand, the blade stung into the handle of the dagger. It was a fake. A prop dagger! Wow!
Along with some chaos and acting, they'd believe the battle was over. The chaos, of course, was the moment the Monarch used the blade. We pushed you toward using it so we could have our opportunity.
That's really all there is to it. None of you could know until it was already over. If information was leaked, everything would be for nothing. You're free to come back to Alarinthia, but we might stay behind. it was just in our best interest to get away before they figured things out. So yeah, a new alliance, minimal casualties, and a great story. I'd say this was an all-around success, wouldn't you?
Yeah! I can't believe we really pulled it off! I think this might just be my masterpiece.
They waited in silence for our response, but their faces are beaming with pride. It seemed like a simple enough plan, but it was definitely risky. The moment we set foot in the Colosseum, they were in real danger. But that only shows off their resolve. They were willing to die for this. Man, bravo. No wonder Pro did not want me touching his dagger. That must have been the prop knife they used to cheat death. Brilliant. However, something feels off about this. It's all too perfect, too convenient. I'm not sure. Oleg was willing to throw away everything? I mean, I sided with Vivian, but that wasn't a guarantee. Had I sided with Draku, he'd lose his chance to change Alarinthia. There had to be more to this story, something they're not telling us. I'd have to talk with them to them in private later on. Maybe they could confide in me. When I stood, I didn't really buy their tale. Would they really risk their lives for a foreign alliance? My comrades seemed to think so, and they showered them with praise.
That might be the coolest thing I've ever heard. I knew you were a swindler, Pro, but this is crazy. You're using your skill to shape Alestia's history.
And Ulrich, I never knew you were so good at acting. You really had me sold there. I almost can't believe it. It felt like something was up, but to think it was this?
Almost puts my strategizing to shame, I have to say. So what's the next step? Is it just smooth sailing now? I imagine our chances of getting caught are pretty low.
You should probably tell Vivian what really went down. I doubt he'd mind, and at least he wouldn't find out another way. In the meantime, we need to have a word with our new prisoner.
Right, I'll tell him while you do that then. But I think we've also earned some much-needed rest. Let's take the day off and meet back up here in the morning. That is, if it's okay with you, Monarch.
I nod and tell everybody that they're dismissed. Everybody runs off, except for Pro and Ulrich and Pro. They approach me, and they look anxious.
Sylvie is in the brig, right? Can't believe he surrendered. Just like that.
And I heard him say something about a mole? Let's go talk with him, Monarch. You deserve some answers.
Yeah, let Dominic pamper Vivian for the time being. But before we head to the brig, look behind us, Monarch. It's starting to look like an impressive army, isn't it?
I was instructed and noticed that we're accompanied by at least a dozen ships. That was the strength of our new Alarinthian army, then I was at a loss for words. That fleet, combined with our own, and my blade, stood a real chance in Balteus. But I couldn't lull myself into a false sense of security. There was still so much to do. And right now, the next step was having a word with Sylvie. Just what was he after? The fact that Oleg and Pro volunteered to come along was also pretty peculiar. The pieces have started to fall into place. There's still quite a few gaps. Maybe this information that Sylvie promised would help me in some way. We all head down to the brig, and I'm hopeful that I could figure this all out. After all, I couldn't leave no question unanswered before attacking Balteus. And resting in our brig was the one man who knew everything about our enemy. If we could use him for information, then that would be an incredible boon. As we enter the brig, one fact plays on repeat in my ever-running mind. With everything we just gained, we actually stand a chance of winning this war. The brig. It's dark. We can't see much at all. That is, until our eyes adjust and we immediately see Sylvie. He's broken free from his binds and is doing pull-ups from a ceiling beam. Running with exertion, he lets himself fall to the ground when he notices our entrance. Taking a few steps towards us, he's careful not to make any sudden movements. Pro makes sure the cell door is shut and locked, so he can't escape from us.
My, I wasn't expecting an entourage. Should I be flattered or concerned for my safety?
An obvious attempt at humor, but none of us acknowledged this. Ulrich steps forward, demanding swift answers from our captive.
Explain yourself, Sylvie. I'm seconds away from throwing you overboard.
Again with the hostility. Look, I don't even really know what I'm doing here. It just felt like the right thing to do, given the circumstances.
What circumstances?
Sylvie looks at me and shakes his head dismissively.
Back when we attacked your HQ in Mazeo, my goal was to kill your friend and retrieve the blade. I failed both objectives, and the Triumvirate punished me.
I see.
It's true, Sylvie did show me mercy during our brief encounter. He had my life in his hands, but he chose to run away instead. He saw something when he touched the blade, I could tell. Now that I know the truth of the spirit realm, I think I knew what he saw. The monarchy. He must have seen the same truth that shocked all of us. I ask if that's true, almost certain that I'm correct. He then confirms.
You are correct. I found out that the Triumvirate was lying to me. I let you live because I wasn't sure of what to do next. I'm still uncertain. When I got back to Balteus, they punished me by placing me in exile.
You expect us to believe this? Sylvie, you're nothing but a mindless slave. The monarch survived because of his strength.
Sorry, Ulrich. As much as you don't want to believe it, he's telling the truth.
See, Ulrich? You're always so paranoid. Listen to your friends before making snap judgments. I have a lot to say, so you better learn to trust me again.
Don't count on it.
He walks away and stands in a nearby corner. Seeing an opportunity, Pro enters the conversation.
So, what did you want to tell us? Around here, you need to earn your keep. Ulrich was serious about throwing you overboard.
Well, this is where it gets complicated. I still consider myself a servant to the Triumvirate. But Halen? Well, I want nothing more than to see him fall. I'm not here to hurt any of you. Not this time. As you can see, even though I broke out of my binds, I am playing nice. Right now, all I can offer is information to aid your attack on Balteus.
And why would you want to help us take down the Triumvirate?
Doing so would involve taking down Halen as well. He sold me out and got me into this whole mess.
Okay, and let's say we take down Halen. What then? You'd be reinstated as Inquisitor and just stab us in the back.
You speak as if people aren't capable of playing both sides. Either way, I don't know. I'd make my choice when the time comes.
And what makes you say that so easily? You've served the Triumvirate for your entire life.
No, not my entire life. They welcomed me with open arms when I was young and broken. Now here they are, inflicting the same wounds they had promised to heal.
Is that supposed to make sense to me?
No, because it barely makes sense to me. Now, Pro, will you let me say what I have to say?
Sure.
Sylvie sighs and crosses his arms.
If you want to take down the Triumvirate, you'll have to enter their chambers. I've never seen them leave, and I don't expect that they ever will. I always thought they were hiding, but I don't think that's true. There's something at the back of their chambers. Something off. It's like a spirit idol, but the very sight of it fills me with fear. I'm not sure what it is, but I have a few theories about it.
I'm shocked. He's actually telling the truth. I've seen this idol in my visions of the Triumvirate. Could it really be true? Is he doubting his masters?
I think that maybe it's their source of power. But I'm probably wrong, as that seems to be the trend lately. Either way, its destruction should be your top priority.
Lines up with what I was told in my visions. I wasn't sure if those visions were tricks. In them, I was drawn towards this special idol.
A spirit idol in their own chambers? But those are conduits for the monarchy. It makes no sense that they'd keep one close by. Their main goal was to destroy all of the idols. Nice try, but I'm not going to believe any of this. Let's go, Monarch. We'll ditch him in Mazeo.
Wait! I let them know that Sovi's telling the truth, as odd as it sounded. I saw the same idol in some visions I had of the Triumvirate's chambers.
Visions of the Triumvirate's chambers.
When were you going to tell us about this?
Sophie scoffs. Sophie scoffs, clearly amused at their reactions.
I'm not finished yet.
Our attention is directed back towards him.
I suggest that your attack focuses on entering their chambers. There, you could take down both them and this dark idol. However, you would have to fight your way through Halen. And that's where my next piece of information comes in. Halen may seem just like you and I, but he's not. The Triumvirate created him with that blade.
What?
He was made to be the perfect soldier. He would always serve his masters, no matter what. Little did I know that loyalty was stronger than our friendship. He promised not to tell them what happened, but the moment we got home, he sold me out immediately. He lives under the Triumvirate's thrall, a true mindless slave. You must never let them get their hands on that blade again. They aren't limited to suits of armor. They've mastered it enough to create life. Of course, their first test was Halen. They needed someone trustworthy enough to serve them. I think they did it to ensure that nobody else ran away. My previous master, the former Grand Inquisitor, defected. I trusted Halen and the Triumvirate. They all betrayed me. But there's your information. I'm sure it will help you out. A possible weakness, and the true nature of Halen. With that blade, you could even give him freedom. It would release the spell that the Triumvirate has put on him. Of course, that's not how I'd like things to play out.
He smirks at me, and I can sense what he's about to say.
I would prefer it if you let me kill him, Monarch. That is all I ask for in return. I won't get in your way. If you grant me this, I would be further in your debt.
We all look at each other, slightly confused. The Triumvirate created Halen to be a perfect slave? I guess it makes sense, especially if they dealt with defection. Just what was this idol at the back of their chambers? Was destroying it really the best course of action? I guess we wouldn't figure out until the very end of things. I guess we wouldn't find out until the end of things.
So, do you trust me?
We all nod reluctantly. These facts weren't revelations, but they helped. If I could free Halen, he might end up being a valuable asset. However, the idol remained a true wildcard in all of this. If I ever got the chance to talk to Triumvirate, I'd ask them. Something tells me if we're face to face, it won't be civil. If all I know is just a trick, the idol could be a red herring.
Good. Because there's two more things to talk about. And now that I've earned your trust, you have no reason to doubt them. I saved them for last because, well, it involves dishonesty among your ranks.
Must be about that mole he mentioned. Quit dancing around the subject and tell us, Sophie. We had a lot of planning to do for our final attack and very little time.
Well then, do you two want to tell him, or should I?
Poor and Ulrich shuffle in silence, clearly in a state of unease. What was Zoe talking about? There's no way Oleg and Pro were dishonest. They had served Dominic and Salus for decades. They were easily the most trustworthy.
I guess it's time. I'll go first.
Ulrich? Zoe watches with his signature smirk.
My allegiance is with the rebellion. I can promise you that. But that wasn't always the case. It's all in the past, ages ago. Sylvie is trying to harm our trust with ancient information, Monarch. I knew this was going to happen. He'd earn your trust with a couple of interesting facts and then attack. This is subterfuge. My past has no bearing on my current loyalty. But I knew this secret would come out sooner or later. That's the real reason I sided with Pro to cheat the Colosseum. You'd know my loyalty was with you, no matter what.
That much is true. He had no guarantee that I'd side with Vivienne. He didn't have to, in the end. He was willing to abandon his dreams. That was proof enough of his loyalty. I was still a bit concerned.
Delaying, as always. He's scared of you, Monarch. He knows you might throw him away.
No. The Monarch would never do that. Not after what I did for our cause in Alarenthia. So go ahead, Sylvie. Watch your plan crumble and fall.
I noticed a weight lift itself from my back. The blade disappears from my scabbard. Sylvie's doing it again! However much to my surprise, that's not what happens next. Oleg sighs in both relief and fright as the blade appears in his hands? How in the world was this possible?
Grand Inquisitor Ulrich. That was lifetimes ago. Ancient history. He's using a dead past to try and hurt us, Monarch.
So, you used to be Grand Inquisitor? You must be the defector that Sylvie mentioned. Pieces of all of this are starting to fall into place.
I realized that the Triumvirate was my true enemy. That's when I decided to join the rebellion. You really thought this would work, Sylvie?
I never said I was intending to hurt you. This is merely information that might help you in Balteus. Ulrich has inside knowledge, Monarch, and he can wield the blade. It's your choice if you let this information hurt you. But in your situation, I would be relieved to know. Now, there's no need to keep any more secrets.
I'm so confused right now. Was Sylvie helping us or trying to hurt us? I can see how he might think that Ulrich's past would harm our trust. I can also see how sharing this information would help us out. Furthermore, the way Ulrich handled this situation was extremely professional. Under any other circumstances, I might have taken this information badly. But he's right, it's in the past. He's gone on to prove his loyalty to me. The happenings in Alarenthia finally make full sense to me. He was securing my trust for when this secret came to light. Genius, really. I'd have to deal with him more later on, though. This conversation had potential to explode. I'm glad that it didn't. I know Ulrich's real plan, but Pro still remains a wild card. What was he after? I turn to face him, and he takes that as a signal that it's his turn to talk. Ulrich passes the blade back to me, and I place it in the scabbard. Pro looks worried. Perhaps his secret was worse than Ulrich's?
Go on. Tell the Monarch, Pro. It's time for him to know, don't you think?
He gulps before speaking.
So, I guess I'll start from the beginning. My parents abandoned me. They didn't die in the occupation like I tell everybody. I've always wanted to know one thing. Why? None of my searches gave me any useful information, so over time I grew more and more desperate. One day, the Triumvirate reached out to me.
He looks down, ashamed.
They said they knew the truth about my parents, but in exchange, they wanted me to give them information. Details about the rebellion. It seemed like a harmless exchange.
Pro was the mole.
But over time, they started to ask for more and more. I gave them so many secrets, but got nothing in return. It wasn't much longer before I quit. I had enough of their lies.
But the damage was already done, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What was the last thing you leaked to them, Pro?
The location of our new HQ. The tunnels. It was a good hideout, right under their noses. They'd never find it, unless somebody told them.
If Pro leaked our location, that means...
That's right. Pro is responsible. His leak enabled us to attack you in Mazeo. All of those lives, the blood is on his hands.
No! Like I said, I quit. They lied to me. They knew nothing about my parents. All they wanted was somebody gullible enough to serve them.
It doesn't change what happened, Pro. Now, Monarch, how do you take this?
Hey, I proved my loyalty. Just like Ulrich. I put my life on the line to serve the rebellion. There was no guarantee we'd survive the Colosseum.
That much was true. I knew everything was too good to be true. The real reasons they did what they did was all self-serving. It was so they could defend themselves as they were exposed. With an ulterior motive like that, were they really trustworthy? Ulrich's past was easy to forgive, but what Pro did to all of us? I have no idea how to react. So he was fighting a war on my mind.
Look, I made up for what I did. All those lives we lost, we got them back, and more. Our Alarinthian allies will help us win this war, hands down.
I nod, acknowledging his point. But I need more time to think about this. If they had secrets, did my other comrades too? I'm starting to doubt the loyalty of everybody around me. I need to stop. That's probably what Sylvie wants me to do. I need to ensure everyone's loyalty before we leave to Balth Alteus. Ulrich was the previous Grand Inquisitor? Pro was the mole responsible for the attack in Mazeo? How was I supposed to deal with this, right before the final battle? Ask Ulrich and Pro to leave me alone with Sylvie. We'd get some rest and meet on the deck in the morning. One big gathering before we arrived in Mazeo would help. I can see the worry on their faces. I tell them I'm not throwing them away. As they leave, the worry is still there. However, the secrets were finally out. I don't know if anybody else knew. I guess I was enough. I'm in charge. I turn back to Sylvie, who crosses his arms.
So much dishonesty in the air, wouldn't you agree? I want you to look at your comrades, and then look at me. Unlike them, I've been nothing but honest with you. I would rather have an honest enemy than a cheating friend. That's part of why I wanted to talk with you, Monarch. I know that we can be open with one another.
I shake my head, unsure of how to respond. I tell him that I need some rest, some time alone. So much was happening all at once, I needed a break.
Very well. We're meeting on the deck come morning, then? I'll make sure to be on my best behavior. I respect you, Monarch. I always told myself that I'd serve the rightful rulers of this world. It just seemed like I was also lied to by the Triumvirate. Just like Ulrich. Just like Pro. We're victims here. All of us. I may have realized it late, but was it too late? I guess we'll see.
His attitude seems to have changed now that we're alone. And for the first time, I can sympathize with him. He's hurt and lost. Just like all of us, we're just trying to do what we believe is right. I tell him that he's free to join us at the meeting in the morning. And everybody will be told who he is. It'll be up to them to decide how they take it. If the majority of my comrades want him gone, we'll have to part ways in Mazeo.
Very well. It's only fair. Have a good rest, Monarch.
He bows to me as I turn to leave the cell. I make sure it's locked tight. He'd be let out in the morning. But now I need to be alone with my thoughts. I needed to process everything. I make my way back to my bed and quickly collapse onto it. The weight of recent events weighs me down like a ton of bricks. At the end of the day, I didn't know who I could really trust. It's awful. Oleg Pro, two of our most trusted comrades, had dark secrets. My mate had dark secrets. It makes me wonder just what everyone else was hiding, even if Alessa informed him. When we get back to Mazeo, I needed to ensure their loyalty before we attacked Balteus. We couldn't embark on the biggest part of our journey with unresolved issues. Everybody needed to be in tip-top shape, not held down by anything at all. As big as Ulrich and Pro's secrets were, it's information we didn't have before. Information we could use against our enemy and against Balteus. We were too close to our goal to fall apart due to internal politics. I drift off to sleep and make my way to the deck in the morning. It was time for everybody to know about Sobi. Then we'd have a final discussion about what comes next. We were ready to launch our attack, but what should we do? Everybody is standing there as they were waiting for me to arrive. I want to make a save, actually, since it's been a while. I don't want the game crashing and me losing all of that progress. Everybody is standing there as if they were waiting for me to arrive. They all exchange glances with Sobi, and unease fills the air. I don't blame them for being reserved right now, not at all. They all turn to face me, so that's when I hand the floor to Sobi. If he wanted to help us out, he had to win over my entire crew. The choice was with me, but all of their input was important. All of us gather around in a sort of circle. This means he can easily address all of us. I'm curious what he has to say. A lot is on the line.
My name is Sovi. I am, or was, the Grand Inquisitor. I no longer serve the Triumvirate. I was betrayed by my apprentice. He sold me out, forcing my masters to place me in exile. They threw me away. Everything they ever told me was a lie. I thought they were Alestia's rightful rulers, but then I figured out that this wasn't true. The heir to the throne is the monarch. I am a victim of their tyranny, just as you are, all of you. I hope you understand. I'm still at a loss. I don't really know what to do with myself, but coming here to meet with you and the monarch seemed like a good idea. Last night, I also revealed some information that could help your upcoming attack. I just need to know that I belong somewhere. Attacking the Triumvirate will involve taking down Halen. We share a common purpose, at least until he's taken care of. After that, I really don't know. I've always pledged my loyalty to the rightful ruler of Alestia. Logic would dictate that I now serve the monarch. But I don't know. The Triumvirate can throw people away at the snap of a finger, but I'm not like that. What they did was hurt me almost beyond repair. I will help you attack Balteus and take down Halen. You have my word. But after that, I don't know what will happen. In that sense, I am both an asset and a liability. If you want me to leave, then that's what I'll do. When we get to Mazeo, you'll never see me again. That is, unless you want my help. I can offer valuable intel. It's a gamble for both you and me. I don't fully trust you either. But hopefully I've earned a sliver of trust with the monarch. If he vouches for me, then hopefully you will as well. That is all. My fate is in your hands. I have nothing more to say.
He crosses his arms, waiting for a reply. My comrades are all shocked and confused, save for Poe and Ulrich. I ask them to step forward, one by one, and offer their thoughts on this. For once, I have a grasp on an entire situation. This is how things should be, like Sylvie said. I was the rightful ruler. I couldn't have people being dishonest and plotting behind my back.
I honestly didn't expect this, but nothing has been normal lately. I'm willing to give Sylvie a chance. I did the same thing with Grizz. His defection marked a turning point for our cause, a big one. If he can help us out, then I think we need to accept it. And if he turns against us, then he's easily outnumbered. The potential benefits outweigh the potential risks.
This is clearly a trap. We request that you deny his assistance. He's alone now, but he won't be when we arrive in Baltius. If we give him information, he'll turn on us once we get there. Surely we aren't the only one who thinks this way. An alliance with our enemy mere days before our attack. It's too convenient. Sylvie is playing us for a fool.
I'm with Hal on this one. We can't work with the enemy. This is the man that killed you and burned down Valinor in your vision. I know it was a trick, but the man is the same. He's a trained killer. For that reason, I can't accept his offer. Fortune, you're with me, right?
I don't know, Valessa. I think everybody deserves a second chance. We all had that moment when we turned against the Triumvirate. Why is it so hard to believe that Sylvie might have that moment? He worked so closely with them. He's seen their true nature. He has more knowledge on them than anybody else in our army. It makes sense that he'd come to the same realization as us. I mean, sure, it took a while longer, but that's because he served them. When you remove the excuse of loyalty, it can become pretty clear. That's why he didn't fully realize things until they put him in exile.
Yeah, I'm with Fortem. Everybody deserves a second chance. We've all been there before. We've all made a wrong decision or two. There's no better way to make up for it than doing the right thing.
Sylvie isn't concerned with doing the right thing. He's a liar, plain and simple. There's no way we can trust him. He'd turn on us the moment we arrived in Balteus. That's a guarantee. Letting him close to us now would only enable him to gather information. If he knows our strategy, he can counter us with the Inquisition when we arrive. It's a death sentence, Monarch. Don't be foolish. We've come too far to risk this.
Seems like everyone is divided, but with good reason. I was hoping for something more unanimous in any given direction. It was clear that now the pressure and final decision rested on my shoulders.
Well, Monarch?
Honestly, I think I want Sylvie to join us. I want to give Sylvie the satisfaction of defeating Halen. And even though Ulrich says it's foolish, sometimes it's a good idea to keep our enemies close. And even if he does try and betray us, we outnumber him. So, I think it would be a good idea if Sylvie joined us. Sorry, Ulrich. Consider this payback for keeping secrets from me. Lucky number 7. It was a risk that I was willing to take for our cause. The information he could offer us would make us so much stronger. If we got suspicious of him before the attack, we could easily outnumber him.
Very well.
He takes a few steps back and rests against the edge of the boat. A few minutes later, after everything is said and done, we arrive in Mazeo. The docking process is short, since our pirate allies are masters of the art. Dominic steps forward, filling in the silence that overtook our ranks.
Well, this is it. We're ready to attack Balteus. Everything we've ever wanted is finally within our grasp. The voyage will take a day or two, so we can plan on the way. For now, we need to ensure that we leave no stone unturned. Visit with your loved ones, say your goodbyes, because this is it. Once we leave for Balteus, our fates are as good as sealed.
His words are true, but Felier with tension. The dawn of our final battle was here, and we needed to prepare. But planning the attack was easy. Our true task was accepting our possible death. This means saying goodbye and spending a final day or two with our friends. I should use this opportunity to make sure everybody's prepared for the final battle. As the leader, it was my job to ensure that we were all up to the task, no matter what.
I don't think there's anything left to say. Finish up your business, and we'll set sail when the monarch demands it. Act under the assumption that you only have 1 or 2 days before departure. I don't want to rush anything as important as a goodbye, but every moment we waste is a moment for our enemy to prepare. I trust that we'll find a happy medium and embark without regret.
Everybody nods, agreeing with his words. Can't believe that the time was finally here. Until now, it seemed like a dream, out of reach. But it's right in front of me. This is it. Our journey was in its final hours. I tense up with worry. We make our way off the boat, embracing what little time we had left. Loyalty scenes are now available for the six main party members. Hal has a 4th heart-to-heart that's hidden in one of the previous areas. Fast travel has now been unlocked. A new blue icon has appeared in the top left of areas. Click it to move to the world map. Okay. We also need the world map to launch our final attack. Sophie has now permanently joined the party. Ugh. 5 corruption choices and 3 purity choices. Gosh. I'm doing this all genuine. And all the choices I thought sounded pure was really corruption. Wait. What happened to the loyalty scenes? Wait. I was gonna do Ulrich's loyalty scene and it's gone? Wait. There must be a hidden heart-to-heart with Ulrich somewhere. Come on. Please. Come on, please. The tavern? No? Oh, wait a second. I think I... View always loyalty scene. Okay, I almost overlooked it. I stand alone in my room, swinging the blade from side to side. Everything feels different than it did back at the start of my journey. When I first touched the blade, I could barely even hold on to it. But now I'm starting to master it. I'm able to make it my own. However, just as I think that, the blade disappears from my hand. Ulrich laughs and I turn around. I didn't even notice him come in.
Sorry, it's just an old prank I used to pull on Sylvie. I take the blade from him when he least expected it. I guess it has a time and place. Sorry if I startled you.
He swings the blade a few times before handing it back to me. I shake my head. He didn't startle me. It was actually kind of funny.
I came here because I assumed you wanted answers. Learning I was the Grand Inquisitor must have been a shock. I'm glad you have a clear head. You could tell that I've changed.
I nod.
But you deserve to know what I was like before I changed. In order to hide from my past, I haven't exactly been honest. But I wasn't lying to you. It was more like I was lying to myself.
In a way, it sort of makes sense. I just decide to let him talk. He approaches me and sits down on the bed. I sit beside him.
There was a man named Ulrich in Alarinthian legend. He pledged to change the nation, just like I always have. The barbaric way of running things was too much for him to bear. A lot of the specific details have been lost to time, but it goes like this. He was young, and his parents wanted the same thing, so they fought for it. They died in the arena, and Ulrich couldn't handle it. He ran away from the nation. But he pledged to return one day, and change Alarinthia for good. The ideals passed on to him by his parents still live on to this day. That's likely what inspired Vivian to launch his own insurrection. Of course, the story that's handed down is never really the truth. To put it bluntly, I'm the same Ulrich. It's been so long, it's hard to believe. I'm sure you had your suspicions, so I just came here to confirm them for you.
It actually is a bit hard to believe, but I let him continue.
My parents hated the way the nation was run. They passed that hatred down onto me as I grew up. But they got older. Before too long, they were decrepit. They could never change anything. So the burden was passed on to me, a rising star in the Colosseum. I never fought for leadership, just regular tournaments, but I never lost. One day, I guess the Triumvirate noticed how strong I was. They approached me. They told me that if I left Alarinthia behind, they'd train me. They'd give me the power to return one day and change everything. I was young and naive. I agreed without hesitation. I wanted to serve our gods. But before they accepted me, I had to prove that I was truly ready. Serving them would involve leaving everything behind. It'd be a fresh start. They devised a test for me, to make sure that I was truly ready to devote myself.
He gulps, like he's afraid to tell me what happens next.
They made me kill my parents.
He looks down at the floor.
In their eyes, it told them that I was truly ready to leave my old life behind. Because I was young and stupid, it made a twisted kind of sense in my head. I did what they told me to. But as they died, I told them I was making their dream a reality. I was caught and exiled into the desert. That's how I became a Sixer. I survived the trials, was branded with this tattoo, and showed my worth. Their test was over. They took me over to Balteus and made me their servant. I served them by weeding out insurrections and ensuring they remained in power. After what seemed like an eternity, they came up with the idea of giving me an apprentice. That's when I met Sobi. They preyed on his weakness and naivety much like they did mine. We worked together, traveling the world and killing the Triumvirate's enemies. Eventually, I realized that they weren't good people. I defected and joined the rebellion. If the timeline seems confusing, it's because it is. We are talking about millennia here.
You lived for millennia?
They gave us the gift of immortality. Well, they called it a gift. We would never succumb to old age, and mortal wounds would easily fade. I felt unstoppable, like I was the king of the world. Nothing could get in my way.
Immortality! That makes sense. Why he lived for so long. He shrugs, clearly embarrassed at admitting such a fact.
But after a while, I realized it was a curse. It's crazy how much your perspective can shift so fast. Taking the dream of immortality into real life, it became a nightmare.
With a slight scoff, he stands up and turns around to face me.
They knew what they were doing. They were creating slaves. Using that blade, they gave us what they deemed eternal life. I know we can use the blade too, but we can't reverse it. That should have been the first sign. I thought we did this willingly, but we really had no choice. It was all or nothing, an ultimatum. The biggest red flag. I've had this curse for far too long. It's made me a bad person. I no longer seek love, because everybody I love is just lost to time. I no longer seek happiness, because it's never permanent. Never. These fleeting emotions may mean a lot to you, but not me. It's an endless cycle of building myself up only to be cut back down. I thought I'd be like this until the world rotted away. Until I met you, that is.
He reaches out and holds my hands, squeezing them softly.
Someone who can use the blade. Someone who can lift the curse. And after all we've been through, even someone I can grow old with. Please use that blade and give me my life back. I don't want to belong to them. I think I want to belong to you.
Rick, I could remove the curse the Triumvirate put on him? That would be good. Then he'd be weak and vulnerable. No doubt the source of his strength is partially due to his immortality. If I remove it, he could perish during our attack on Balteus, and easily. It would be removing his biggest advantage, and I'm not sure what to do. He looks at me, awaiting my response. I'm not gonna let him continue living like this. I want to remove the curse from him. Ancient history. I tell him I'll remove the curse. His face lights up like I've never seen before. He takes a few steps forward and plants a soft kiss on my cheek.
Thank you. So much.
I grab the blade, try to figure out what to do. One thing was for sure, he'd soon have his life back. He would have the freedom to grow old and finally find peace. I have earned Ulrich's loyalty, and before he leaves my room, I make sure that his dream becomes a reality. Oh, just like that. He deserves it. He deserves to be happy. At this point, I want him to be happy. Despite everything, it's all in the past. I definitely kept my promise that not to judge him. Alright everyone, we're gonna leave it at that. Gosh, here I am getting hooked on Winds of Change again, and we finished Act 4. Tomorrow may possibly be the finale of this great game. Man, I am still shaken by how intense this game can be. Alright, I'm not gonna do my whole end of stream spiel, because I'm pretty tired and And I gotta order dinner so I can eat. I'm gonna see who to raid. I'm gonna check out who to raid. Yeah, let's raid Miss Anel again, because, I don't see anyone else, I wanna raid, honestly. There we go. Alright, I'll very likely stream tomorrow, because I really want to see how Winds of Change ends. So, hope you look forward to that. And, I'll upload the archive of this stream tomorrow, so you can check that out soon. Thanks again for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you next time. Bye!